Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is October the 22nd, the double. Today is the double. 2023 on the ancient moon calendar, 2024 on the ancient sun calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3. Moorish American, Al-Moroccan, universal court action in alignment and according to our ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. We are the sovereign living justices, and ego sum Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capite et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Hamathites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We're ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the universal Moorish American consulate and the earth-wide Article 3 Moorish American consular court. Today, we are exercising the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3, living United States District for Columbia Court, and we're the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, ministers, possessors, the titled beneficiaries, and the titled trustors for all causes for action. We are peace, we are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign ascension. We do hereby possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war. The true living God nation is not at war. The living true nation is not at war. And we hereby exercise all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. The principles that we share are not our opinion. Along with our sovereign, powerful demonstrations and study, these laws and processes that we share are based on principles of stare decisis, res judicata, ancient positive supreme law for the land, long established in sovereign order. Erudite principles and processes for daily practical application to intelligently govern our vast estate every day is what our ancestors have given us to share with the ancient sovereign nations, tribes, clans, states, and governments at earth. And for this, we are grateful. So the first thing that we want to share with you before we get into our main subject matter is that there is some secret coding that we have all had in our possession this whole time that we did not know we had in our possession. Some knew, some might know. Let me state that some might know. I'll just speak for myself. I did not know that the coding that we had in our possession was applicable in every writing, for every ancient holy writing. The coding that we've had in our possession the whole time is AA222141, A1 truth. When that coding is applied to any writing, every holy writing is going to point to a shortcut to access to the vast estate. So we know that originally what our great teachers have taught us, and we're so grateful for this, they taught us that AA222141A1 truth was about, Title 22, which is Foreign Relations and Intercourse, Chapter 2, which is Consular Courts. That's the 222 part. And then within that writing, 141, there was something pointing to consular courts there that it was our duty to manifest. And we've done that. And for that, we're grateful. But when you apply Article AA222141 to other writings, it's also going to point to courts and nationality and our sovereign power and who we really are at all times. At all times. For example, let's look at the Constitution for the United States. So the 222 for the Constitution, let me go ahead and share my screen while we're at it. Apologies for that. Here, let me show you just really quickly. Okay, let's show Title 22, and this is the United States Code. Title 22, Chapter 2 points to consular courts, but they could not give a bunch of writings about that because we're to write that. Okay, and we've done that, and we continue to do. To write and state how consular courts manifest. So when we first started doing this work, the ancestors said they set aside all of our previous programming about what a court should be and who the court should be, and they had us to manifest the courts singularly by ourselves. Just get on to a recorded platform and do court actions. And they didn't have us to gather 12 people and an audience and they didn't have us do any of that. They said just you're the judge. So you're the justice, you're the head magistrate. And when I say you, I mean all of us. And so we were to just go ahead and start issuing justice on the land. So then when we look at the Constitution with regard to this same secret code, Article 2 of the Constitution, Section 2 of the Constitution, and Clause 2 of the Constitution is what? Let me open the table so that together. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2 is the treaty clause for the Constitution. Yes? It's the treaty clause. So there's a code there too when we apply AA222141 to the Constitution. The 222, Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2, and we have restated the Constitution. But let's just give a quick read of Section 2. Section 2, Clause 2. It talks about who has the power.
Why can't your IT department
to make treaties? Okay. So this is the first reference to treaties in the Constitution. The very first reference.
Come on, IT department, recover Pauline's notes.
In the Constitution. That's what it is. So it says that, and this is important, because as we restate everything, it's going to show us that we had the original treaty power anyway. It's talking about a president that shall have the power by and with the advice and consent of the Senate to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur. That word is not concur, it's conquer. That means we had to have a strong Senate, a very strong Senate, which we have. And it's not the House of Representatives, because no one represents the Moors. It's the Senate that has the power to do that. And it says, he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls. In the last era, think about it, did we see any consuls in the last era when we were looking around? Did we? I had never even heard of consuls in my sleep. That was a far-off concept.
Pretty fucking...
Judges of the Supreme Court, so the Senate does that, and all other officers of the United States whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for. That means we appoint everyone, and we've already done that because we've stated that all Moors are the Senate, the Congress, the justices, the officers. We have all titles. Because an officer, those are titles. It says here, and which shall be established by law. We are the law. But the Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior officers. And they said inferior officers.
Here's your notes tonight, Pauline.
Here, where it says inferior officers, for those who wrote this version of the Constitution, those were inferior offices. For us, those are superior offices because we hold them. And then it says, as they think proper, in the president alone, in the courts of law, or
Pauline
in the
failure. Pauline failed.
So that is 222. Now, what is 141 in the Constitution? And by the way, treaties are mentioned in the Constitution, and that tells you we should be looking at the Constitution, because I know some have stated that the Constitution is not for us. It is for that reason right there. It tells you who gets to make treaties. And who is the Senate? And if you think about the word Senate, that word is really senate, which means nativity, nationality, bloodline, birthright. And see is as in holy see. And so the 141 for the Constitution is the 14th Amendment, Part 1. And some will say the 14th Amendment Part 1 doesn't apply to us. I know that that's what is being stated, but we have to look at how it applies. We're not under it. We are to govern that. So let's look at the 14th Amendment, Section 1, the way that it really should be stated. So we'll just pull it up really quickly. 14th Amendment, Section 1. What the 14th Amendment, Section 1 states is that, just one moment, let me make sure this is the right one. Yes, okay. It says that no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges, it doesn't say rights, it says privileges, or immunities of citizens of the United States. And immunities go both ways, okay? What immunities state, by definition, is that there are some things that the citizens are immune from. One of the things, and you can look at that both ways, citizens are immune where nationality is concerned, depending on the nationality or the status. They're also immune from other things, okay? And that is, the Senate decides what that is. The Senate decides that. So when they talk about privileges or immunities, the Senate will determine, and we can do that all the way down to a case-by-case basis, what is applicable. And the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. We can give and take as necessary according to the event. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The very first process where law is concerned regarding property is that all property belongs to the state. Who is the state? We are the state. All property, all liberty, all life is given and taken. It's by the power of the tongue of the state. We did not, who knew that? The state was busy putting people on death row and doing all of those things in their enactment, and it wasn't the real state. It was actors. We have the same authority, except that we are a sovereign, holy state, and not a hypothecated, subrogated group of actors, as in the last era. And then where jurisdiction is concerned, this is telling us that we are not a part of, even when we're using our all caps names and our and anything that has to do with commerce and things of that nature, even when we're using that, ultimately, in Part 3 of the 14th Amendment, it will state that a citizen, and let's bring that part up as well, because it's important that we see it. Just a moment. Let's take a look at that really quickly. Because again, there are keys in all of this that tell you who's who and what's what. Just one moment, let me go back. 3, I believe it might be section 2. Let me just pull the whole thing up. That way we, yep, that's what I thought. Okay, here's all of section 1. Here's all of section 1. And again, we've restated this, but this part where section 1 is concerned, it says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. This first statement right here states already that we are not subject to anything that has to do with laws or rules or anything that do not observe our nationality first. See, we're not born, our person is not born or naturalized in the United States. We use our person in our United States, but our person was created at ancient Morocco. And then we go and use it in the United States that we created. Not a debtor United States, but the creditor United States. And we go and collect all our credits. Therefore, our person is not even subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Because ultimately, when things happen, we go back to Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2, and it points to the treaty. So even where our person is concerned, it says the Constitution will say, well, where your person is concerned, you go back to treaty law. And where treaty law is concerned, it says that if there's any issue between Moors and citizens, the consul is to decide. Well, we're the consuls, so we make the decisions. We're the Senate, we're the Congress. So even in the 14th Amendment, Section 1, this first sentence says Moors, not even your persons are subject, because your persons were not born or naturalized in the United States. We created our persons at ancient Morocco. Even our states, when we put the constitutions on the public record, our states were created at ancient Morocco. And then we said, okay, these states united, we will call them the United States, and they're the creditors to everything. So there it is right there. There's the truth. All persons born or naturalized in the United States does not apply to any Moors, not our person either. So where Pauline Denise Ritchie, even in all capital letters and all of that, that is the nationality of my person that I own and that I operate is ancient, sovereign, living person. And same thing goes for your persons. And that is why there was such resistance against the 14th Amendment. But when we read the 14th Amendment with eyes wide open, we see that it's not even talking about, it's actually telling us to go back to the code, AA222141. Go back to that code and look at that code, and it will automatically place you right back at ancient Morocco, no matter what the situation is. What does that mean? Our consular courts decide what happens, even with our persons. So where tickets are concerned, driver's license, fake courts, all of that, where any of that stuff is concerned, we go back to treaty law first and foremost, and our sovereign status, and we decide, not anything or anyone else. So just let me make sure I'm reading the chat here, just to be sure that that I'm not missing any questions. Islam Empress. Yes.
Could you open for Howard, Chief Justice Howard, please?
Islam.
Wonderful, thank you. Islam.
So therein is the coding that says who we are and what applies to us in the Constitution. That's AA222141 for the Constitution. It's saying all Moors, even your persons, are not subject to the things that we state for all the persons at the United States who are here doing business. And they're not doing business, they're actually assisting in their status in the things that have to do with the United States, the commerce. So now, not only is AA222141 applicable for the Constitution, did you know that AA222141 is also applicable for the Holy Quran, the Biblios Heliotext, the Muslim Quran, all the books. And we'll just show that really quickly. And here, this is what we were speaking about the 14th Amendment. All persons born or naturalized in the United States, and because see, you have to be both. You have to be born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. We're neither of those. Even our person is not not that. Okay? And so we must know that. And then it says the state wherein they reside, our persons don't reside in the United States, they reside in ancient Morocco. And then we use the United States as a conveyance method to convey credits and do commerce. And that way there's no conflict with the citizens who do reside in the United States. So anyone who comes here and is doing commerce, they reside in the United States that we created. The creditor United States, not the debtor one. Okay? So was your person born or naturalized in the United States? No. Your person was born and naturalized and created by you on the paper at ancient Morocco that you created. Where was your state's constitution created? We put the constitutions for the states on the public record. We did that from the land at ancient Morocco. Therefore, the state is actually a sovereign state on the land. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2. Now,
no cell phone, no conveyance, no First Avenue. Loser.
So now, the Holy Quran. Let's talk about that.
You were supposed to do inventory at the post office months ago. What's up with that? No inventory at the post office?
We'll make sure you can see the screen just a moment. Okay, so the Holy Quran for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science, chapter 2, verse 22 is going to point to, now this is the 222 for the Holy Quran. Chapter 22 tells you, just one moment. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Let me just make sure. Just one moment. Let me go to...
Yes, I can hear you. It's on.
Okay. Can you all, you can hear? Okay, great. Thank you. So, chapter 2, verse 22 of the Holy Quran is going to tell you how to break the back of that fraudulent funny mirror. It says, now love cannot be manifest until its way has been prepared, and naught can rend the rock and bring down lofty hills and fill the valleys up, and thus prepare the way but purity. Purity means uncorrupted records. Uncorrupted records. It says, but purity in life men do not comprehend, and so it too must come in the flesh. And you, Elizabeth. So there's the reference to the matriarch. It seems like it's coming out of nowhere, but it's not coming out of nowhere. It's talking about the matriarch bringing forth the purity. Now, that's not a slight to the sons. It's not a slight to you. It's just the book. And you, Elizabeth, are blessed because yours is purity made flesh, and he shall pave the way for love. So anyone coming from the matriarch, Elizabeth in the Biblioteleotech was the aunt of Yeshua. She was the mother of John the Baptist. And so, being the mother of John the Baptist, what did John the Baptist do? What he did was he was changing people's names, baptizing them, and giving baptismal certificates, and changing their names. And that's why when Yeshua came, Yeshua was stating, okay, I need to be baptized by John the Baptist, because Yeshua needed to have the status changed, okay, in order to do what he was doing. So, yes, Justice Howard says Elizabeth means wealthy house of bread. Yes, it does. It also means, the L means God. L, God is a house. That's actually what, or a temple. That's what Beth means, temple. That's why you see a lot of mosques and churches saying Temple Beth-El or House Beth-El. Okay, because the matriarch is the temple for God, not that the sons are not. But the purity has to come from the matriarchal energy. So wherever you see matriarchal energy, including in yourselves, that's where the purity is. And then it says, this age will comprehend but little of the works of purity and love, but not a word is lost. And see, this is talking about the last age, the last era, or the previous era, wherein this was written. But not a word is lost, for in the book of Allah's remembrance, a registry is made of every thought and word and deed. In other words, everything that we see is a registered document. But here's what we do with those registered documents. And when the world is ready, it's in verse 26, and when the world is ready to receive, lo, Allah will send a messenger to open up all of these. So we were to come, and and make it known that everything must be restated. And there are other Moors out there that are getting this message and doing the same thing, which we so honor. The courts were restated, all of that. So now let's not tarry here on this piece too long. Let's go to the next piece. Where is the 141 in the Holy Quran? Chapter 1, page 4, verse 1. Chapter 1, page 4, verse 1. Time never was when man was not. If life of man at any time began, a time would come when it would end. The thoughts of Allah cannot be circumscribed. What does circumscribed mean? Does anyone know what circumscribed means? Because that word is just, when I looked it up.
Islam, is it like a workaround?
Yes. Is that? Yes, it's that. It is also, when he says workaround, that means to like draw a circle around it. Islam, Empress.
Just as the noble stated, a workaround, and scribe meaning the words, so a work around the words.
Yes. Yes.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
So that could
Hey,
really
Pauline, why don't
that you can't. So to work around the word and to write around, you cannot. It cannot be changed. Like the truth cannot be twisted up, enclosed, or changed in. That's how I see it. Anyway, that's
enclosed.
Yeah, written around, drawn around, changed around, spun around. The thoughts are just.
Yes.
I yield. There's my piece.
Altered is and like you said.
Yes.
Justice Howard put written circle as a record. What goes around comes around is Islam indeed. Another definition of the word circumscribed is bound. The thoughts of Allah cannot be bound.
Bullshit.
You put a circle around, for example, I put a red circle around this 4. That means that 4 cannot go outside of that circle. That means I've circumscribed the 4.
Right.
Liar.
Okay? So it can't go outside of that.
It's been closed.
It's been closed.
Where's your gold?
Ravana, put them out. Don't just mute them. Pull them out. Put them out. The X. Put them out. Islam. So, the thoughts of Allah cannot be bound, which means that the bonds that we do, we are even outside of those. We use them within our United States to, again, claim credits and to properly bind everything together within that special purpose vehicle, which is the United States creditor vehicle. So the ancestors are pointing to binding there and saying in chapter 25, it encourages the bonds in chapter 25 in the coding of the Circle 7. But then it also, yes, the written word is final, Empress Nevaeh. Yes. That just, it fixes it. It seals it. The written word is sealed. So circumscribed here, this is saying, even though you've instituted your bonds in the United States, you're still not bound by them, so don't be afraid to put them into use. You're not bound by them. You're actually further manifesting how free you really are and the authority that you really have. So when you look in the dictionary under the word circumscribed, it will say to bind. It will say to enclose, as Empress Shasha said, and the other empresses, Empress Rama. All of those are and Justice Howard. It all is correct. So that's 222141 in the Holy Quran. Now in the Biblios, when I saw this in the Biblios, and as huge as the Biblios is, it's unmistakable in the Biblios, unmistakable. There's only one place in the Biblios that you can go where the code works. One place in the Biblios. Actually, one place in the New Testament and one place in the Old Testament. The ancestors showed it to us in the New Testament. Acts, the 22nd chapter, and Acts is actually called the Acts for the Apostles, which is the AA. So where Acts for the Apostles is concerned, that's the AA right there. The Acts for the Apostles. Chapter 22, verse 2 is a court action. Not only is it a court action, but it's a statement of nationality. Here's what it says. We'll start at verse 1. Verse 1 is an introduction to verse 2. It says, brothers and fathers, listen now to my defense. This is a court action. And this is how you mute any attempted fraud. It says, when they heard him speak to them in Aramaic, they became very quiet. When you do the court action language and you start saying in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio haeredis, that's Latin. Even when you open it up and you refer to the ancient Noahide laws, that's Judaism, not Jewishness, but Judaism. And then when you're speaking ancient English, you're still not speaking inferior English. How you speak will determine the response or mutability of the parties. All fraud has to be quiet when you state who you really are using your language. Our court action language is, and our ancient English is our national language. It says, then Paul said, I am a Jew. And of course, we know the word Jew is a subrogated word. We're not mad at anybody for using that word. It actually should be spelled J-U. It says, and it actually should be spelled Y-U because J was not even a letter back then. Yes, Empress Shasha, she said axe is A-X-E. Lay the axe to the root of the tree. The fake tree, the dead tree. Lay that axe to it, and it's going to keep talking about nationality. But listen to what Paul said. He said, I am a Jew. He's issuing birthright situation. Born in Tarsus of Cilicia. Tarsus is an abbreviation of Tartaria, ancient Tartaria. And you can do the research on ancient Tartaria. But brought up in this city. So he's pointing to the fact that the city and where he was born is two different places. So he's saying that he can use his citizenship in the city, but his birthright is at Tarsus. He says, I studied under Gamaliel and was thoroughly trained in the law of our ancestors. Come on, he's pointing to his ancient bloodline and birthright. And this is what we are to do when we apply the code AA222141 to the Biblios. It says, I was just as zealous for God as any of you are today. I persecuted the followers of this way to their death, arresting both men and women. So he used to be a policy enforcer. And then he persecuted, so he was an attorney. Until he realized that, oh, I'm also an original indigenous ancient one with bloodline and birthright, with ancient ancestral beginnings. If you can call it beginnings, because it's not really beginnings. We have no beginnings. We have no end. And throwing them in prison, it says here, verse 5, as the high priest and all the council can themselves testify. I even obtained letters from them. He's pointing to the letters and saying there's a different species of letters going on there. And then once Paul declared his nationality, guess what he did? He began to write using his own letters. He became fiduciary for his own letters. Just the same way that we have. And so Paul's writings are called the Pauline Epistles because he wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote. And so the nationality of his epistles or his writings Scholars call it the Pauline Epistles. Epistle is a hypothecation of the word apostle. And when you look up the word apostle in Black's Law Dictionary, an apostle is one who writes in the absence of the Pope. If the Pope is not there, then the apostles can do all the same things the Pope can do. We know who the Pope is. We're here. We're all here. We're all the Pope. All Moors are the Pope. All Moors are so that situation about apostling documents. People talk about that. That process is used when your documents are crossing borders. So an apostille document, all of our documents are apostille documents. When they have our white red thumbprint, our stamps and seals, there are no borders. All borders disappear. So it says, I even obtained letters from them. So he was using someone else's letters to their associates in Damascus and went there to bring these people as prisoners to Jerusalem to be punished. So that's the 222 in the Biblios. Well, what's the 141 in this? The 141 is chapter 14, verse 1 of the Biblios. And I'll have you to look that up. But if you even go down a little further in chapter 14, they're going to be worshiping Paul and Barnabas and changing their names to Zeus and Hermes because of the things they were able to do. The people were saying, hey, the gods have returned to us. That's the 141 in the Biblios. Acts of the Apostles. And here is verse 1, all the way down. Again, verse 1 says, at Iconium, Paul and Barnabas went as usual into the Jewish synagogue. There they spoke so effectively that a great number of Jews and Greeks believed. Now, there are keys in this chapter here that point to nationality and that there is a difference between Jews and Greeks, but there's also a third group called Gentiles who were a part of this, okay? But the Gentiles had a minimized role. They had a role, but it was minimized because Jews and Greeks were the focus. So it talks about how Paul and Barnabas spoke so boldly, and that's a hint. We're to speak. Our voices are to always be heard. And it says, but the Moors who refused to believe stirred up the Gentiles. And I use the word Moors because that's actually, again, Jew is a hypothecation or subrogation of who we really are, of those with the bloodline and the birthright. Those who refuse to believe that they are the heirs to all land, all natural resources, and all commerce, even stirred up their subjects and poisoned their minds against the brothers. And so as you go down through this chapter, you'll see where they were going to try and stone them. And in the Biblios, when they talk about stoning, they were going to try and use the letters against them and write, because that's what stones are in the Biblios. It's writing. Just like when Moses went up and brought down the stone tablets, it's always referring to writing the law. So Paul and Barnabas were using other people's letters to speak in the synagogue. So they fled. Paul and Barnabas fled. But then here's the 141. Verse 11. When the crowd saw what Paul had done, they shouted in the Lycaonian language, the gods have come down to us in human form. Barnabas they called Zeus, and Paul they called Hermes because he was the chief speaker. The priests of Zeus, whose temple was just outside the city, see, the priests recognized them because inside the city was hypothecated. That was a fraudulently lettered city. And so they kept the temple, and we will state this for the record, the more science temple for America is outside of the debtor United States Corporation Company. And so when the priests of Zeus, whose temple was just outside the city, brought bulls and wreaths to the city gates because he and the crowd wanted to offer sacrifices to them. And you can read about how they said, oh, no, don't sacrifice to us. We're human like you are. We're just bringing you good news, telling you, to turn away from that fake city to the living God, which is you, actually. So, again, there are this AA222141 is very powerful. Let's go back to this. Paul declared his nationality. So, again, we were being given the answers by our teachers who pointed to AA222141, A1 truth. Now, finally, on this matter, because I could have gone all day with this one, even in the Muslim Quran, Muslim, because, we're Islamic Muslims. Muslim means muscle or muscle men, those of strength. Muslim means whatever the Muslims, our Muslim brothers and sisters, state that it means for them. Chapter 2, verse 22 and 23 of the Quran, it says, first it tells you who you are, and everything that's yours, and then it tells you what to do with that information. Verse 22 says, he who made the earth a habitat for you, that means have dominion over all, and the sky a structure, and sends water down from the sky and brings out fruits thereby as a sustenance for you. It says, therefore, do not assign rivals to God while you know. What does that mean? That means you have no enemies. The earth is yours. You have no enemies. Your brother, don't assign enemies to yourself because you have no enemies. There's none beside you. And then it says, and in verse 23, if you are in doubt about what we have revealed to our servant, then produce a chapter like these and call your witnesses apart from God if you are faithful, because they know God is witnessing all because we're God. But it's saying, restate the documents, write your own laws, and call your court together and call your witnesses. So 141 even in the Quran, and again, my notes, the rest of my notes are abbreviated, but it's okay because we still know where everything is, and everything will manifest when it's time. We study. So look in the Quran at chapter 14, verse 1. And then the verses that are after verse 1. Verse 1 of the Quran, this particular Quran, mentions a name of God. So again, it's pointing out, it says, in the name of God. That means the name must be correctly stated. And then it talks about some precepts there. So we've had this code, AA222141, the whole time that pointed to nationality. But when you look at the Biblios, no preacher from the last era, no matter how well-meaning they were going to point to that and say, hey, Paul had a nationality. Maybe we should have one too. or maybe we have one too. Nobody even. Why? Because they put some fake persons forward as the chosen people, when it really has always been us. Always been us.
Islam?
Islam.
You know, I have to interject and share something very relevant. In the old order, when I was a part of the ministry as a congregation pastor / elder / whatever you call it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I did know that Paul was a citizen, okay? Because he says, I'm a Roman citizen. And so he used that as the legal means to justify them not doing what they intended to do, because he had rights.
Yes.
Now, I knew this, but what I was never told and what was never brought up, that very word you just used, nationality. Yes. And in fact, this same church organization, which is worldwide, that I was a part of, literally would excommunicate you if you proclaimed and declared your nationality. And I did not believe that was true because I had never heard of it until I met a Moor who was also a part of the same entity / religious indoctrination center who did proclaim his nationality, and that's what they did. Now, why? Because you took a political stand. You stood up. And they needed to do the whack-a-mole on your head and knock you back unconscious. No standing up, no coming up out of that hole, whack-a-mole, whack upside the head, put you back down, and hopefully you'll get your senses back and come back to the fold where we're shepherding over you and keeping you in ignorance. Now, that was the methodology. That's the reality of the way things were. And I did not know that until I came across somebody who said, and I was like, that can't be true. I don't believe it. And when I saw it for myself with my own two eyes, I didn't have to experience it to know it's time to get the heck up out of here.
Yes.
So there you go. So they do know that Paul used his nationality. They do know all of this stuff we're talking about. So anybody who had the disillusion, oh no, they're innocent, they didn't know. Okay, keep believing that the poop don't stink and that the poop is still poop. Even though it looks like, smells like poop, it is poop. Yeah. That's just all there is to it. So get over the ego. For anybody that's hearing this in the future, get over your ego that you've been misled, you was wrong about a lot of stuff, and just humble yourself and start learning the truth. And the answers and the truth will be so clear to you, it'll be like rain coming down. Yeah. Rain coming down of truth all over you. You're going to be so wet with truth, you ain't going to even know what to do with yourself.
Yeah.
So there you have it. I yield. I just wanted to share that.
Well, they cannot have the actual Pope still sitting in the audience. Because they already know once you wake up, you're going to start questioning things. And it's going to start making sense that you shouldn't be there anyway. And when I say you shouldn't be there, you shouldn't be under anyone. You are your own leader. You are your own God. Truth.
Blasphemy. How dare you?
I know.
That's what they killed Jesus for. What are you talking about? Oh, that's blasphemy from the church perspective.
Yes.
And yet it's all in the Biblios. It's all there.
Right there. Paul, he claimed his Roman citizenship in order to get him out of jail. In other words, he claimed the person to be who the person really is. In other words, he used his person and said, that person is not who you think that person is. That's not your person. That's my person. And then he did a court action, and Paul was known for court actions. All he ever did was court actions. That's why he wrote so much.
And the other thing we cannot forget, is the fact that he was what? a Pharisee.
Yes, he was
Which
a
means
judge
he
at
was
first.
an attorney and he knew the legal freaking system.
Yes, he
That's
did.
the lesson for us today.
Yes.
Paul was a previous attorney, not to be trusted. I don't care. He got all these writings.
Yeah.
And he turned around and he repented. But in our system, in the funny world that we have just come out of, they cannot be trusted. So we got to remember that.
The beauty is we don't have to trust them. We don't have to. Our stuff is tight. It's together. We don't have to trust any. You know what? We don't have to trust them.
Right. Those days are
just state who we are and trust each other.
Islam.
That's the key. So, in my notes that I had put together, and I was up until 5-something this morning putting the notes together. But the ancestors also want us to just know what we know, and they know we do. They know we do that, and be able to show it anyway. So there were other things that we had in our notes, and we'll bring them forth because the notes will reappear. We know that. So now, with regard to, because we don't want to stay in the meeting for 4 hours today, and it's not a matter of wanting. Let's go to, and I'm skipping a bunch of things that we had put together for you today, but we'll come across those things. One of the things, a couple of things I wanted to not want, will to state. Let's pull this up really quickly. There's a couple of terms that we know it is important for us to pull together. One of the terms that we want to show is in Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, ancient writings. This is one of the terms that we had in our notes. Documents bearing on their face every evidence of age and authenticity of age of 30 years and coming from a natural and reasonable official custody. So this is where our offices come in to purview, into the forefront. Did you know that every document that we write is an ancient writing? Even at law, both legally and lawfully, they are considered ancient because of where they come from. It says here, and this is important, this is a part that we really wanted to show you because our ancestors know what they're doing. It states here at ancient writings, let me not make it so big you can't see the word. These are presumed to be genuine without express proof when coming from the proper custody. And then the first ancient document that they point to is right here. It says bonds more than 50 years old are admissible as ancient documents. This is why our bonding process is so important. Where they are on their face, free from suspicion as to their authenticity, and this is why bonds had to be competent and competently written, come from the proper source. That means that we competently state who we are and who we're talking to. Okay, because see, this is where if you give them a title, then they're going to say, nope, that's not coming from anyone ancient, so we can go ahead and energetically attack that because it's not coming from anywhere ancient, because they've given us a title when we don't have any titles. That's what they'll be saying. That's what the subjects will state. It says, and are accompanied by some corroborating evidence. Well, we don't accompany our documents. We send them before us, ahead. We send them, they precede us. We write them, originate them, and then send them ahead. And what else is corroborating evidence? Corroborating evidence is something that matches the writing. Corroborating evidence is what you say. That's corroborating evidence. Corroborating evidence is your bloodline and your birthright, but it's also absolutely what comes out of your mouth. Yes, indeed. Also, let's look here. Down at the bottom, it says only the original copy of a deed, original as in the ones that we state, not the record copy, can be considered as an ancient document. This is why you're seeing that as we produce the bonds and the deeds and the documents and the titles, that those who were producing, producing, they were enacting being the tax assessor, and they were enacting being realtors, and they were enacting deeds and things of that nature. They're shutting down their operations, their enactments, their sunset, because the truth is here. The ancients are here. And let me state that you can copy all of the documents that we put on a public record, but if what comes out of your mouth doesn't match it, then there's no corroborating evidence. Because see, when we first started doing this work and we were putting documents on the public record, some were saying that we shouldn't do that because, the corpses will get copies of the documents and stuff like that. They can't claim to be, it's a corpse. They're not going to, our truth cannot come out of their mouths. By natural law, our truth cannot come out of their mouths. That's why everything must be restated. Now, for those who, let's see, and then we did look at ancients here, and remember, we're the womb men. In English law, gentle men of the ends of court and chancery. Ancients must be the court. And chancery is a sovereign court where there's one chief justice making all the decisions. When you look into chancery court, you don't even have a jury in chancery court. You have one. It's the same way when we first started doing our court actions. You have one. Empress Shasha does court actions on the public record. That's when they see those on that public record, they're thinking, okay, the empress or the queen or the crown is doing court. When you look at chancery court, it's one sovereign issuing justice. So in order to even be considered ancient, you must be speaking the law. You must be doing court actions. And that's why we're so grateful that our Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey emphasized and encouraged and pushed for the courts to be earthwide and active. And then the ancestors said, okay, don't worry about gathering 12 people together, and don't even worry about a building. Just use exactly what you have and you'll be doing it properly. And that's what we love about our ancestors. Because we even had some who would be considered more scholars, some who were saying that's not how you do court. But we had to go with what the Spirit said. And then once they looked into chancery court, they said, oh, that's how sovereigns do court. So there is another term What is that term? It's called, oh, yes. Let me show you this term that we had in our notes from, that we had prepared for you. See, our notes, we're speaking our notes already. That's why we really kind of didn't need them. And we stopped right at the page. Now, for those, when I saw this Empress Cynthia Ann Bay, I'm not sure if she is present here on this call, but when I saw this, I thought of Empress Cynthia and
can't wait to see you go in the post office, Pauline, when that's going to happen.
Doing the demonstration. There's a little bit of noise coming from somewhere. So, Empress Cynthia Ann Bay, I thought about you when I saw this. Fire and sword letters. Fire and sword letters. In Old Scotch law, it's letters. That means that you must be the fiduciary for those letters before you issue them. Letters issued from the Privy Council, which is a court, addressed to the sheriff of the county, authorizing him to call for the assistance of the county. That would be calling some sheriffs in and some deputies in to dispossess a tenant retaining possession contrary to the order of a judge or the sentence of a court. Okay? So,
where's
addressed to the sheriff and this is to dispossess anyone. Now, we've already done this all the way across the board in terms of dispossessing anyone, anything that was not theirs. And now what we have is subjects in waiting for us to just come and do our great return, which we're doing now.
Your IT person sucks.
Letters. So, with that being stated, let me see. Were there any other terms that we wanted to show? These right here, fire and sword letters, is what the assist court will be issuing once we have viewed the land, whatever land it is, as we continue assist court demonstration. Okay. So now, what we want to, are there any questions, comments, wisdom? And again, we're not at war. We're not at war. So a fire and sword letter is actually still is still keeping the peace. It's still keeping the peace. We're not going to hurt anyone or anything of that nature. We're just issuing the law. Okay. Now, are there any questions, comments, wisdom regarding anything that we've stated thus far?
Islam,
Empress.
That just means to burn away the chaff.
Yeah.
That's what the heliotext speaks about. You know, the fire, and a sacrifice would also be that fire, and so on and so forth.
Islam. Yes, and in the end, the Biblios talks about how we were going to bundle and burn all of the fraud and the false writings and the chaff, you know, because the chaff looks a lot like the wheat. Those that were previously in the last era calling themselves Americans, when they knew that the original ancient Americans, which America is another way to say Al-Moroccan. So we can call ourselves Americans if we want because we were the original Americans. But see, sometimes people want to fight that precept, but you can't really fight that precept because guess what? You may call yourself Al-Moroccan too, because we can call ourselves whatever we choose, but we were also the ancient Israelites. We're Canaanite. We're Moabite. That's still the same. I could have done my nationality documents and not said Al-Moroccan at all. I could have said Canaanite and Moabite and still been right.
Interesting.
Because it's up to us. It's up to us.
Islam.
When we control the letters, Islam.
There's something written in the Biblios. I don't recall the actual location, but it goes something like, "Ye will be bundled up like dry wood for the fire."
Revelation.
So when I saw fire and sword, that's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah. Yes.
Islam.
It's in Revelation. That's a New Testament edict. That's it's truth. And so fire and sword letters, again, this is what we were stating even about like when we're going to do different demonstrations. We don't have to push our authority on anyone. We don't have to do that. Why? Because our writings precede us. The fire and the sword come in the word. And then we just present peacefully. They say walk softly and carry a big stick. The stick was always a pen. They wanted you to think that it was a gun, which is incompetent in terms of weaponry. A gun is a very incompetent weapon. It's incompetent. If it's incompetent if you think that that is what's necessary for the law to be enforced. Guns have their place, weapons have their place, but tools, we actually don't even use the word weapons, we use the word tools. We can use weapon if we choose to because we are the Lord of the word. So, with that being stated, let's go into our subject matter regarding the process. And of course, excuse me, we're going to be doing this from our divine minds. So we were going to talk about, we were going to demonstrate and show what we've been doing with the Federal Driver License Program so that you will know how we're taking in the gold and the silver and ministering the process. So we do want to show you the ministry of the process. I can't, okay, let me just show you one other something here. I have to show you these other pieces because these other pieces, before we go into that, these other pieces are important. Banker's acceptance. That was another one of our definitions. Let's go ahead and show that too, because this has everything to do with what we're doing and the manifestation, the further manifestation of our of these systems that we're putting in together, that we're manifesting rather. We wanted to show you banker's acceptance, a draft or bill of exchange of which the acceptor is a bank or banker engaged generally in the business of granting banker's acceptance credits. What are banker's acceptance credits? That's credits that we issue when we accept a bill of exchange, and we can write the bill of exchange and accept our own bill of exchange and issue the acceptance credits. With regard to our courts, and again the remedies, when we accept the gold for these processes that we're doing, that we're demonstrating for the public, we're actually issuing receipts that are bankers' acceptance credits. Okay? And so bankers' acceptance credits is those ones and zeros that go back and forth in the system. Except we issue it in the form of more sovereign dollarium, gold receipts. Those are bankers' acceptance credits. Okay? So that was another one of the terms that we wanted to share with you. But let's just one moment, go into this process because we must do that. Okay. The bonds that we've been issuing are creditor bonds, are GSA, or not GSA, but general services bonds, correct? So I'll show you this prior to us going into that also, into so this was in our notes as well to show, to demonstrate. We have all of our notes here basically, so our notes haven't really gone anywhere. Let's put this where you can see it. This is regarding general services bonds, and just one moment, let me simplify this screen. And I apologize that it looks a bit crowded on the screen. Let me simplify that. Now, this is to show how we access all the things that we are accessing before we show the federal driver license process. And this is in relation to the federal driver license process. So if you'll just bear with us for just a moment. Thank you for your patience while we demonstrate. This is something we wanted to show you because some have been wondering about this, about what how our bonds are assisting us in getting the things that we get. We are each going to are going to be demonstrating the driver license ourselves, but it will be a commercial driver license for those who are postmasters and things of that nature, whatever job that you will be doing, whatever ministry that you will be ministering, because let us just show that on our, and this is leading into the federal driver license program. With regard to the federal driver license program, we will be issuing our licenses to ourselves as well for postmaster duties. And then you may be wondering where the conveyances are going to come from for us doing the duties that we do. So let us just continue to expand on what we've shown already. The post office has a bond that we've issued. And then what we did was we showed our our driver license, not our driver license. Yeah, we showed our driver license, but we also showed our postmaster identification card. On this card, there is a letter G right here. This G means that whoever the holder of this card is has been issued a government vehicle. The enactments of these cards that we've seen online don't have a G on them. They have another letter. I think it's E, and I think E stands for first that they are using their own vehicle, but that they're an employee. And so all who are doing postmaster duties, we will have a G for government vehicle on there. How do we access the government vehicle? I'm glad you asked. And this, again, is in alignment with the Federal Driver License Program. General Services has a process, and we're General Services. This process this is how the process looks. This is what it looks like. Apologies for the screen jumping here. Let me straighten that out. General Services has a coach, conveyance, and automobile procurement process, and this is the flow chart. This is how it works. For government agencies such as ours, the post office is a government agency for us. But again, so is all the other agencies. All the other jobs that we do have an agency. The United States Travel and Transportation Ministry is an agency. And so when we order conveyances, we don't order just one. We use fleet vehicles. And so we skip all of this stuff at the top. At the top, they do non-standard, they do standard operating procedure, they have to go through auto choice, they then go through engineering, they then go through contracting and all of that. We don't have to do all of that. What we do is direct acquisition of the conveyances. And MAS is the multiple award schedule acquisition process. It is a self-serve process, and I'll give you the link to that process, where those that are subjects at General Services Administration, they tell you in their video that this information came from, that when this particular multiple award schedule direct acquisition self-serve process is implemented, they have nothing to do with it. They don't participate in that process. We go direct. Therefore, we skip a lot of the stuff at the top. We go directly to contract award because we write the contract and then we award it. And then vehicle delivery and acceptance takes place. We use our living United States General Services bonds to acquire the vehicles, okay? The conveyances, the coaches. The multiple award schedule direct acquisition self-serve process is a direct acquisition, and it's an award completed in its entirety by us against a multiple award schedule contract. And again, we're just going to look in there in General Services and restate whatever we see. And we are familiar with the multiple award schedule contracts and the different types of contracts. We have our contracting, or in the last era, we enacted a contracting officer license in the corporate era. General Services does not place the order on your behalf. In other words, we do everything ourselves, okay? So they don't have anything. So no one needs to pick up a phone and call any subjects and start asking, can you help me get my vehicle? I'm with the Moorish government. No, that's not how it's done. our documents manifest. And we've stated this in the past, many times we stated it in the past. And we've been preparing, and the ancestors have been preparing us, making sure that we have the licenses in place, making sure that we have the identifications in place, making sure we have the insurance, the bonds, and all of that in place before the vehicles arrive. In my notes, I had a link to the video where we got this information. Let me go through my history, and I'll provide that link to you really quickly. Let me provide that link. Let's see. It was a video on YouTube. Oh, and also we do want to show you that. And that. Okay. Everything is manifesting. Everything that was in our notes is manifesting right now. It was a YouTube video from those acting as GSA. There's also a bond that we want to show you also regarding even cellular phone service. Our ancestors have the answers for everything that we are looking at. We will find the GSA video here shortly. And again, apologies for having to look, but my notes just kind of did whatever they wanted to do today, which is fine. There is also, and we'll talk about this later at a different Congress. There are also airline contracts for GSA so that we can travel. And for those who want to look that up, I'll put this link from the study. This is a topic for a different time, okay? But I'll put the link in the chat so that you can start looking into that prior to us doing the study on that. Okay. Okay. Let's see. This is for the telephones. We had this in our notes to present to you today as well. Let's go. I'll just go there since we're talking about it right now. This is the bond, the Treasury bond for Verizon services. Okay. For those such as myself who will be using government cellular service, we went ahead and put the information from General Services on this bond so that we can send this bond out this week for telecommunication services. It says general services telecommunications include the general services provided equipment. Okay, so this is all that comes with this: equipment, systems, work, and services utilized by the federal government for voice, data, and internet communications, including traditional voice over internet provider, and one of your video audio is running. Just one moment. It says, can you all hear what I'm saying and see on the screen?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Great. Okay. For those, and we're going to be, again, the phone service and all of that was supposed to be issued this way in the first place. Voice over internet provider, unified communication systems that are accessible with a desk phone, a conference phone, or a soft phone platform on a personal computer, basic cellular phone or smartphone. So that covers all types of phones. Additional telecommunications technologies include broadband digital subscriber lines, cable modems, public, wireless fidelity, and cellular 4th generation and 5th generation access networks. Personal devices, those which are not procured by general services but used by individuals for work purposes, are included in general services communications. This is the number for the contract. That's the contract number. The status for the contract is active for us. And we put the signing date as the 20th, which was the day that we put all of this together. The renewal date is 2030, which is 7 years from now, October 20th. Islam. Islam? Does someone have a question or a comment or some wisdom?
If I don't, I do have a question.
Islam, there's a noble that's speaking.
Okay. I hear him.
Go ahead, nobility. Yeah, I hear him. Go ahead, nobility.
Okay, so, all right. So that's the master bond against the Verizon.
Yeah.
And is that now, again, I assume that's what you're about to go into, is how we attach individually to that for our specific service / account being turned on, new account being created, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes. So how you attach to this is through the contract. And that contract number, here, let me put, here's the information. Let me put this in the chat also. Now, the way that you will connect specifically or individually, because we all do that, connect individually together. Just a moment, let me go back to the chat. The way that we connect together is when you create the bond, or actually the bond is already created. So with this bond that has been created for Verizon, you will go in and it'll be like you're reactivating service with that number, but you'll have a copy of this bond with you, because see, first we're going to notify our head offices for all of this, to let the subjects in the head office know, to notify, or let the system know, to notify all other systems regarding our phones. Okay, so an affidavit is first necessary, a fiduciary affidavit, which we've already done, and then an affidavit for phone service, which we've shown that previously. That just states, what kind of phone So you would go online and look the phone up, look up which kind of phone Verizon offers. You would print that off, print off any information about the phone from Verizon.com, and then do an affidavit restating what you pulled offline with your phone number and a copy of this bond, and send it to you. Each one of us is going to be also notifying the home office. Okay, sending notification. So a fiduciary affidavit, and then a separate affidavit talking about the phone services that you're stating. The phone number, if you have one. If you don't have one, just give a command that they assign a number, or that the system assign a number.
And again, Islam, this would be the same way that we do an affidavit and court action, like what we talked about last week, with the three elements being the first identify yourself, and then your cause of action, and then your remedy, which is your statement that, okay, I want you to open up this account or a new account under this name, this address, these features, this service, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
And it's not that you want them to do it because you don't want anything from them. You're already opening it with your commands. You hereby open this account with these features.
Gotcha. And with this phone, I want delivered, or you will deliver this new phone, this new equipment.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Yes. And all costs and fees are assigned to that bond.
Gotcha. Monthly from now on for the next 7 years.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Islam.
And yes, we will be doing the same thing. As the ancestors began to show us and have us to look at the information and look at it's in alignment with what we've been doing already. Anyway.
Indeed, it is. You know, one of the observations that I noticed from last week's call, and after meditating on that, the next day it was like a eureka light bulb just going off, because in that the three phases, the last one being your redress of whatever the wrongdoing was, okay, to redress that, which is your solution, your statement, your court order, your commands. You know what I realized that all of us should have been thinking of when you said that? Was the fact that we literally, right there is another opportunity for us to command them at the point of sale, okay, to begin accepting delirium as if it was cash, because it is, in the old Federal Reserve system, in the old funny mirror. From now on, part of that redress needs to be a command that from this day forward, you're going to accept delirium. And you're going to treat it like cash. Whether it's, physical or electronic, you're going to accept it. That should be part of our orders on every single action we're doing.
Yes. Now, let me say this about that, Noble Phoenix. You won't necessarily give them delirium for anything that you're doing. They're going to build this bond like a purchase order.
Correct. In this situation.
Yes.
But in this is in terms of additional, like if it's a grocery store. All right. And just happen to be going in there, boom. All the locations now need to accept delirium.
Yes.
That's when I'm thinking of.
Yes.
Okay.
Indeed. Truth. Yes. And then here is, and I'll just run through this really quickly. This is the bond, and the language pretty much stays the same. We, the government, being entitled warranted contracting officers for the United States government with full settlement right, full jurisdiction, do hereby rule that retention and escrow of any living property is no longer required to ensure further actions by the state. Now, when we send this notification and we're placing the notification to them, to the system on the public record today, when we forward this out, this is what will be with it. It'll be a lien on the previous actors previously acting as Verizon, and we've seen those liens we did those liens 2, 3, 4 years ago. And since those liens have been unrebutted, unrebutted completely, they're valid. And they were valid when we issued them, we knew that. But we send this also. And what the bonds do is release the system to move. Noble Phoenix, we did go ahead and make sure that we corrected what you stated and pointed out to us so competently. We thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
We are always open. We must be open to learn from one another. I am. I know I am. And I know you all are too. And so what we did was go through and just make sure that everything is what it is and should be what it should be. We also added the information from the front of this document. We put it right here that we just read with the number. This is the number, the contract number, the status, the date, and all of that. Okay. We also added that same language here, and we just went throughout and ensured that throughout the document that everything was and is as it should be. A description of the contract is all affidavits, statements, documents, instruments, and all other placed on the public record by the principals. The principals are us all. And we together, for these types of things where bonds are being placed on the public record, we are the United States, the creditors. Okay? And then, we just put that information here. Where insurance is concerned, this mandamus covers all mobile, cellular, and wireless devices, communications, networks, numbers, letters, signs, sounds, sigils, energies, accessories, and all other are United States property into perpetuity, and then we state the bond sum. And this is what we will send forth. Okay. And a copy of this will be under the video. It will be the signed copy that we signed and stamped and sealed for this particular process. So, where phones and conveyances and all that stuff, it's all coming into view now with much more clarity for all of us as to how to obtain the things that are necessary for proper governance, competent, peaceful governance. And all that was necessary was for us to just be patient, and just walk through step by step so that we have the proper instruments and tools so that as we're traveling safely and competently on the land with sovereign authority. Now, I was also going to show quickly how we record our bonds. We have a report, and I put this together for viewing purposes. The bonds that have been issued thus far, and I didn't go back through the paperwork and put the tracking number, but as you're recording the bonds that you issue, it is good to have a system that proper recording of those bonds. So the categories that we use is first the bond number, the bonded resource, the bond signing date, and that's the date that we create and autograph the bonds and get ready to forward them out. United States Post Office tracking number. Notice it doesn't say Postal Service because we don't even have to talk to them. And we would state that no one has to speak to the retail part because we're the head and not the tail. See, that's what they were. That's what they are. They are the retail part of the commercial merchant aspect. We're the head, okay, and not the retail or the tail. So we don't need to talk to them. Now, any more that are led to do that, we can't tell sovereigns what to do. When our processes are done properly with the right energy and no ego energy, everything will go through. It will go through as it should. So, and listen, if you're having issues with things going through, don't worry. Just take a deep breath, relax, and just breathe and keep moving. And determine that no matter what happens, you're not going to be stopped. General Services Policy Number for the cellular phones. Now, we said Boost and Verizon, but we're going to be getting the other ones as well. As soon as we hear from you all what carriers you were using. I think when we did the lean, we leaned about 5 or 6, but we showed all of them earthwide. We had a list from Wikipedia where we showed a whole list of all those servers, and then we copied and pasted that list into a lean. So it was a launch to the lean. So and then policy number. The policy name is for cellular phones is the telecommunications policy. And again, we're writing that. We're stating that. Date the bond sent by the government. Date bond sent to, where did we send it to? Of course, the Treasury will always get a copy of the bonds, which we're the Treasury, but we notify our system at Ogden, Utah. A copy, they don't get an original, they get a copy for the system. And then a bond renewal date. So, for example, for this one, the bond renewal date is on the bond, it's October 20th, 2030, which is what we've shown here, 2030.
If I recall, the postal bond was open-ended. It was into perpetuity, correct?
Yes. Yes, because of the nature of the post office. The post office has always been neutral. So let's see.
It makes sense.
We may put a closing date now that I think about it, Noble Phoenix. Not a closing date, but a renewal date for even the post office. It's not necessary because the post office is since time immemorial.
Exactly.
It's perpetuity, so we don't really need a closing date.
No, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not questioning. I'm just saying that's going to be different on your spreadsheet. That's all.
I'm so appreciative of you speaking. Yeah, I'm so appreciative of your detailed acumen. It's necessary. We need it. We will to have competent. That's why we present these things, so that you can find things and say, can this be, how can we do this better? You know, or yes, we agree, or, you know, because this is for all of us. Okay. So now, this is how we will be doing everything that we do. When it comes to conveyances, we'll be doing a Fleet Services Treasury bond. The Fleet Services Treasury bond is a series of Treasury bonds that go under Fleet Services, depending on the type of conveyances that we're getting. And yes, if you're using your personal conveyance for government business, then yes, your Mercedes or your Jaguar or your Range Rover or whatever is a Fleet Services, General Services conveyance. Yes, it's an acquisition. It's proper for that. When we were working and contracting in the corporate arena for the quote-unquote government services, they would just have you report your mileage, if you needed oil changes or tire rotations or anything, you do it, and then they would reimburse you, and things of that nature. Okay? So everything that we have is covered. Everything that we acquire or acquisition is covered. And yes, it should be the best. Don't feel like you're doing any services by getting the cheapest something. Don't do that. Don't do that to you. Don't do that to others. So that you're stuck on the side of the road needing AAA. Don't do that.
Yeah, one of the things that when we do address the vehicle fleet maintenance fleet plan,
yes,
it also include, of course, any extended warranties, service warranties.
yes.
So, we don't have to worry about those type of expenses when we're out and about paying out of pocket. No, it's covered. So include everything at the point of acquisition.
That's a great point, Noble Phoenix, because we are all of that is taken care of. It's the same way as if I would take my Mercedes to the dealership and get it serviced. Then you have they will have the bond on file. Whenever we would take government vehicles to the government garage or wherever we took it,
yep.
We just made an appointment, and when you make an appointment, by the time making an appointment is your paperwork preceding you. When you made the appointment, by the time you got there, they had everything, all the paperwork laid out on the desk, so that all you had to do was give them the keys, let them do what they did, and either you sat and wait, depending on how long it took, if it was just a one-day job, or they would hand you the keys to a service vehicle, and you would take that one until, and so you're never without. And that's going to go for phones and everything. We have all of that covered. And that's why it was necessary for us to lean the actors that were previously acting, sunset them, and then put the proper system in place, because Verizon at the mall is Verizon at the mall. It needed to be properly stated. So we were not going to send this one out until, yes. So we were not going to send this out as bad. We really are looking forward to having wireless or mobile cellular service again. We're looking forward to that. However, it is our will to take our time and do things properly, so that once it's done, it's done. We don't have to keep looking back at it and going over it. Okay. Yes, we will revisit things at will, but we know that our ancestors have us, that they would not have us doing this. Let me restate that the reason they have us doing this is for our own good. We just needed, it was their will that we show and demonstrate government. So we know that when the time comes, our phones will be here. So with that being stated, where conveyances are concerned, apologies rather, the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry piece. Again, we're still talking bonds and all of that. We bond our services. So when you do any services like notary services and things of that nature, you're actually going to issue to whoever it is that you're assisting a copy of a general services bond with their name on it and the social as the bond number. That's something that for those who have received federal driver licenses from us, your bonds are forthcoming. We're, again, walking through the process as the ancestors lead us to do so from within. And so those who received your driver licenses, we're going to be sending a copy of your general services bond to you so that you can show that when you, let's say, state the Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, the takings clause regarding anything that has to do with you. Okay, and so now let's show a few more ways of how we have ministered that program, because we've done it this way. We've issued the United States bond, the overarching bond that's backed by gold. We've received the gold and silver from the others. Now, let me just share with you first that the process, the driver license process, the federal driver license process, we're doing gold and silver for the driver license process. We're doing actual coinage because dolarium is the receipt that we give them showing that they paid gold and silver. So we issue a more sovereign dolarium gold receipt. Let's show the memo that we give to those who order the driver license. And we showed this before, but we want to again show the process sample. And then we'll show you some of the gold that we've received and how that works and how we record it, how we take it into our system. This is a sample of the federal driver license that we send back when we send the driver license back to those who've ordered it. We state that it's from the Travel and Transportation Ministry, and there's that AA222141 series, A12020. My apologies. Thank you, Nobility. Just one moment. Just a moment. Okay, thank you for that. So this is what we send back: United States Travel and Transportation Ministry, Federal Driver License Program. And again, when we say AA222141, for the heirs, it's talking about the Constitution and the treaty. For the subjects, for the American citizens, it's talking about the Constitution. A12023, so that means that if they are American citizens, then their person was born in the United States and they have privileges and immunities there. That's where privileges and immunities come from.
Are you referring to them being born in one of the union states or states of the union? Is that?
Those don't exist.
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to when we put the Constitution, the state constitutions on the public record, then we were stating that, for example, Washington, not state of Washington, because we're not even talking about them anymore. They don't exist.
Correct.
State of Washington, state of whatever, we're not talking about that. The true union states is Washington, it's Georgia, it's Florida, it's Texas, it's Michigan, it's the land.
That's what I'm asking about. So the American citizen would be the one from the state, not the state of. Is that correct?
Who came here, originated on the land. So they're citizens and subjects on the land. They're not lost at sea. They are doing commerce. They came here to assist with the commerce piece. they were originated within that United States, so they do have privileges and immunities. And I will say this about the American citizens who know that they're subject to the Moors. They are going to be treated so well because that's who we are. They're going to be very comfortable because we are doing things in alignment with Chapter 29, my favorite chapter, of the Circle 7. It's entitled Magistrate and Subject. And our subjects are going to live the way those subjects in Chapter 29 live.
When we look at a driver's license that has been from our federal driver's license program that you're showing right here, will it distinguish between one who is subject and one who is a national, other than the application?
It does. It does. It does make that distinction. The subject's driver's license, under their photo, their image, it says American citizen. Under ours, it says original indigenous American.
Aha. Okay.
And that was the one that I used to get onto the base.
Okay.
When I went and showed my driver's license that we created at the gate at, and I'll just state that it was a common access military base here at the territory.
Overstood.
Yeah. And
does that also get into the commercial driver's license, for the CDL?
Yes.
I thought so.
Yes.
All right, I'm sending an order soon.
Yes, indeed. And we again, these processes that we're doing, no fiat can be involved at all, ever. No fiat at all, ever. So that the process is not corrupted. Only gold and silver, and then we give them more sovereign dollarium receipts. Now, I'm going to show one of the more sovereign dollarium gold receipts that we have issued. But let's take a look at this letter here that we send back. Islam nobility. Islam nobility.
Islam. Yes, I'm following along by way of phone. I don't have any internet service. I was wondering, will this be available, like, to view? I'm not seeing what is it. Okay.
Yeah, it'll be available. I'll put the letter. I'm just making some notes here. I'll put the letter and the bond, the Verizon bond, and the federal license letter under the video on YouTube. And nobility, let me say this. I appreciate that you're here because we actually absolutely must demonstrate, no matter whatever, we have no excuse. And I'm grateful that you are not using not having internet service as an excuse not to do what you're doing and with all of us here today. We appreciate that type of energy because we already know that that's the energy that succeeds that's where success comes from with this. Our ancestors they will that we demonstrate, period. So what this letter states,
I agree, no doubt.
Yes, indeed. We appreciate your nobility because we've had to do the same. We're actually doing that right now. We stayed up until 5-something doing notes. Those notes, they are what they are, where they are. We're doing this from memory, okay? But we do the study, so we're not even worried. So it says, find and close your United States federal driver license approved by Congress as stated above. Be it known that one gold coin weighing 1/10 troy ounce, because some have been sending a 1/10 gold coin We received several of those. We did receive some an American Eagle. We even received a copy of an American Eagle, rather, and we just sent it back because it was a copy. It had a little small hole in it, and so we knew that that was not a ship that we want to, that belongs in our inventory. And then we gave them instruction on how to obtain their driver license properly with proper exchange methods. So we're not afraid at all. Yes, Justice Howard, a silver coin is acceptable. 0.999 silver coin, it is acceptable. Gold and silver is acceptable. Just one moment. There was someone who said unlock the meeting. Let's see. Just a moment. Okay. So now, with regard to this letter, this is what it says further. So the coin that we received was accepted in exchange for this driver instrument in accordance with the Constitution for the United States 1789, 1791, and as stated by Congress. Congress has assessed the value for gold at 50,000 dolarium dollars per troy ounce. When the assessed value is multiplied by the weight for the gold coin exchanged in this matter, in this case it was a 1/10 troy ounce gold coin, we multiplied 1/10. We took 1/10 of 50,000 and issued 5,000 in more sovereign dolarium gold receipts for this exchange. Each one of the gold receipts has a gold receipt number that follows this particular format, and then it says the United States federal driver license enclosed is a federally chartered Article 3 uplifted gold-backed instrument for carriage, conveyance. Let me add coach, vehicles.
Why don't we ever see you at recording going in the post office, Pauline?
Transportation, communication.
Let's see you go into the post office, Pauline.
Just a moment. Where is, okay. Coach, vehicle, conveyance, carriage, transportation, portation and transportation, communication. Communication, passage, automobiling, shipping.
We want to see you go in the post office, Pauline.
Nautical. Nautical, natural resource movement, nautical navigating, land navigating, train, carriage, commercial movement, vehicling, whatever you're doing, in other words, it doesn't matter, but we wanted to put some language in there. Natural resource movement or otherwise, having proper gold and silver surety bonding on the public record by United States Creditor, Treasury Bond 2025923, dated 2023, June 03, containing no margins. That means that whoever receives it, there's no room for them to write anything in the margins and add anything to it. It is as stated. It says below is the image of the nationalized gold coin that you sent for this exchange. So we even send an image of what they sent and then the nationalized documentation with our autograph that we nationalized that coin. And that is going to revalue the coin from, let's say, $2,000 per ounce from the previous era to $50,000 per ounce in the revaluation process. It says, thank you for your study, demonstration, and for placing notification on the public record of this process and for this great republic that is America. And then we autograph the document. Let us show you some of the bullion and things that we've received recently, because the reason we want to show this is so that everyone knows that, no, you don't have to have 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 in gold or silver. That you just have to have a will. Where there's a will, there's a way to get the driver's license. It's not difficult. When I received the packagings, we've received several packages. Let us show you just an example or a sample of one of the bullions that we received. We received some gold bullion that was a small piece worth $34.95. It had the recording. It had been recorded. It was a small chip. Remember, it's like carrot bars. That for those who remember that whole enactment of carrot bars, where they had a little gold chip in some cars, and they built a whole process around this little gold chip. Okay. Well, this is one that we received, and you know what? We were actually glad to see it because it showed us how, and they sent a receipt from where they got it from, and that it was, properly documented as gold bullion. How much they paid for it? Yes, it was small. It was very small. In fact, it was the size of the tip of your finger. So it was a small piece. However, we accepted it because they had proof that it's what they thought it was. And then we just restated. Well, when we restate this 1/4 gram of gold bullion at 50,000 an ounce, the receipts that they get back is going to be in the hundreds of dollars in more sovereign dollarium gold receipts, plus their driver license. What the receipts that they're getting back, they will be able to spend those receipts if they choose to. As we continue to grow and grow the estate and demonstrate. So for only $35, they were able to get their driver license because they thought we're gonna do this. We're gonna do it. We're gonna send gold because we want our driver's license. We desire, or we will, to have our driver's license. They wanted to do, not wanted, they willed to do what is right on the land. We accept that. We accept that. Because guess what? When we revalue this and we use it to do things around here, or however our Treasury uses this, even when we're talking about our 10%, we have a way to issue that to those who do the work. We're also going to be stating that places like Home Depot or Office Depot or Staples or any of the places where we get supplies, they're going to be accepting gold and silver as well. But for them, it's actually going to be more beneficial that they do it where more sovereign dollarium gold receipts are concerned, because they don't have to change anything to receive that.
And
they don't
Larry, yes?
In more sovereign dollarium, of course. All they have to do is hit that cash button.
Yes.
and receive. And then we get our ink and our, whatever else we get, or we pay for our lunch or whatever else we get. So, Islam nobility.
Would you please just show us again, just by way of reminder, what the driver's license looks like?
Sure. If you'll give me one moment, I'm going to take a brief pause here for just a moment. I'll be right back while you just absorb what's on the screen. Just one moment.
How many of you out here have the ID printing machines? I know of two here in Florida with me, or one in Florida, one in Jamaica, but how many of you actually have the ID making machine? Just maybe drop a note in the chat. Anyone have an ID making machine?
Noble Phoenix?
Well, I know you do.
No, I have. What I have is the merchant card printer.
Oh, okay.
I don't have the ID yet.
All right. Well, I know Earl mentioned he had one.
No, he has the merchant card printer also.
Oh, he has the same one you do. Okay.
Yeah.
So I need to see if anyone else has an ID maker and which one they're using.
I don't know.
Anyone? Anyone out there?
Islam, I asked the same question months back. Nobody has one.
I mean, I have a brother who can, I can design it and send it to him, but he's in California, because he designed my executor ID as well as my national ID card for me, and and I can certainly use him. But
oh yeah, he'll mail it straight to you. You're good to go. Yeah, at some point I'll be getting all kinds of equipment once I restructure, resettle.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you lean the company, you can lean the company, because that's what we lean the company with everything. We bond the company up, and you get whatever supplies you need by paying DeLorean.
Exactly.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
So again, we don't wait on people. I mean, that's why we're going forward.
All right, the light's back here.
Islam, I'm enjoying the conversation.
Yeah, I just want to kill the silence, knock that silence off. All these lively people out here, we got to talk.
Islam,
go ahead, please.
Thank you, nobility. The finished driver license. Okay. I'll just show mine because mine looks just like. Okay, what I'm going to do is not share my screen while I get that. Just a moment.
Going looking at all these files you got here, and what like go down the menu. I want that one. I want this one. I'm doing my Christmas shopping list, if you want to call it that.
We work a lot. I will say that. We work a lot.
Well, your files look like mine. You just got bunches and bunches of them.
Yeah. We let's see. Let me make sure. Okay. back of it. Okay, so I'll just copy it and put it on the document. No. Right, Justice Sharif. He said no days off. Nope. We've actually been a little bit under the weather. Not under the weather. Let me make sure. And I said I wasn't even going to say that. But thankfully, our sea salt really came through for us, so that we've been able to just go, and still do all the things that we had in our hearts to do, including work out, go to the, go walking and do things of that nature, so that we didn't spend that time in the bed instead of doing the work. So, this one does not have original indigenous American on here underneath my photo, but I'll just show it to you anyway. Let's see.
I sent it out.
Islam.
Islam Empress.
Will you let Brother Akil in? He wasn't able to get in when you opened it the last time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we shall. Let our Brother Akil in. Come on in, Brother Akil. Yes, you know what? We work. Underneath my photo, it should say Original Indigenous American. Now, it's not on this one, on this driver's license, because I was going back and forth in my spirit, and I'm still dealing with my own programming from the previous era. In other words, I'm not going to claim it. We have dealt with our own programming from the last era, where in the last era, we were taught that everyone should be equal, everything should be equal, and everything is equal, and all of this and that. And even in church, we were told everyone's the same. Let's all hug. So since I've been awake, I've been dealing with the energy that says that whenever we choose to state that, yes, we're the heirs, we're the sovereigns, there's always been something inside of me that is attempting to pull back and say, no, you can't put on the driver's license that you all are different from them, because you're all humans. That's programming. That's programming. Because even in the last era, on the back end of the systems, there was something that distinguished us from them, whether it would have been you're black and you're white. Those were distinguishing factors that made all the difference in the world in many cases. Why? Because and I'm not saying that even from a negative perspective. I'm saying that from the perspective that the system knew that at some point we were going to wake up. Okay? So, yes, we are all one. We created everything, so we can't be not one. But we also are truthful about what's going on, about our systems and everything. And we're truthful with love, period. So, yes, putting American citizen under the subject's photo on their driver's license, I actually felt really good about that, because they don't have to be U.S. slaves, overtaxed and just burdened with that whole enactment, previous enactment. We are original indigenous Americans for this particular presentment, for a driver license for commercial purposes. But as always, according to the Constitution and AA222141 code, the treaty means that the consul decides all issues regarding this driver license and anything else that's going on, which is why we have, even on the American citizens driver's license, there says do not detain, because no one has the authority to detain our subjects. No one has that authority but us, and we don't see a reason to detain them. And so this driver license is federal property, United States Creditor Treasury bond number 2025923. And we're actually probably going to change that one, that creditor bond number, to the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry bond, because it's going to be a separate bond from the overarching bond. The United States Creditor Treasury bond is the one for the whole of everything. And then all other bonds are under that bond, because that's the bond where we sent the gold to the Treasury and put the 666 trillion on the record, so that when the Internal Revenue System receives our documentation, they know who all of that is. The rule in law is that you deprive a man of his liberty at your own risk.
Can't clean those fucking gutters herself, huh, Pauline?
Thank you so much for that, Justice Yezerel. Yes, because see, here's the thing: even our subjects have rights and have privileges and immunities. Ravana, we missing you up here. We're missing you up here. Thank you. She moseyed down to the kitchen to get a drink or something, a drink of water or some food or something. So that's one of the things about working from home. You get really comfortable. So this is what they look like for now. At some point, we may, restate them a different way. We may add some things to them, whatever the case may be. But for now, this is what they look like. And then with the Real ID Act, all driver's licenses had to have one 5-pointed star in the upper right corner. And of course, they were preparing for what we're they were enacting what is necessary with the Real ID Identification Act. We have the Real Identification Law. Islam, Empress.
So no matter what state where you are, they'll look just like. Or are you pushing banners from?
Well, Empress, are you? They look like however you make yours there.
Okay, it was just, and I emailed you. I found one that I took a screenshot where you had actually put original.
Oh yes, that's it right there. Thank you, Empress. I saw that in the chat. Thank you. Yes, it does say original indigenous American here. This is the most recent one right here, Empress. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Empress Shasha. I'm coming to see you. You are so on the Christmas list.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, indeed. So this is what they look like: original indigenous American, and then the citizens have American citizen on theirs, so that they are distinguished from U.S. slaves. Okay. And then all of them say the same thing on the back: do not detain, and so on and so forth. Okay. Yes,
I made one for myself.
Mm-hmm.
I actually put a restated banner on it.
Yes.
I did do that, and I have rented a conveyance with it.
Yes. Okay.
Hello.
You know what? I'm just so excited about that because the demonstrations are just flawless. They're working flawlessly with this driver's license.
Yeah.
Empress Shasha just said she rented a conveyance with it. She rented a conveyance with it. And I went on to a military base with it, and we call it a common access area. But yes. So we know they work.
Yes, they do.
We know they work. And that is actually how all of this is supposed to work. Is that the system is supposed to just recognize it as another something in the system that where passage is concerned. You know, because this is still our land. We should not be having any issues with things, you know. And I can assure you that as we continue doing what we're doing, that things are getting easier and easier because we know the legal system that we've created is working. And the one that I showed for the military base had original indigenous American on it, and he noticed that. He turned it over, and then he turned it back over on the front, and then he turned it over again, and then he asked me did he ask a question? Oh no, he said, and actually I was holding it up, you know, turning it for him, and he was the one who said, turn it back over again. Let me see the back. And I showed him the back again, and he couldn't argue with it because it fits. It fits the system, but we created it. That's how everything that we do is supposed to do, even where banking is concerned. Everything that we do should fit the banking system, not theirs, ours. It has to be our creation. It has to be. And so where more sovereign delarium and gold and silver and all of that is concerned, all we're doing is looking at what was enacted last and saying, okay, this is how we can fit what we're doing to the system, but still stay away from that, the death and the debt. It works. It works. It works. And there's a bond on the record for me so that as I'm using my driver license to go and do things, that no fraudulence can even attempt to pull someone over and try and get some fiat because I'm not bonded to them. I'm actually bonded to you all in the universe and all of us. But this instrument is not their instrument, and it's not bonded to their debt. So they won't even get anything for pulling us over. So they're not going to pull us over because there's nothing in it for them. They have no interest. Islam nobility.
That would only also stand the reason that we bond up our cars, trucks, etc.
Yes, indeed.
Insurance bond, yes, Islam.
Yep, and that's automatically going to connect all of our property to the land.
Even the post office kicked you out because they knew you were full of shit.
Ooh, I just love that energy. That was a good blast of energy right there. We will use it appropriately. Yes, Empress Nana, you know we're not going anywhere without you. Islam. So,
Islam, that's what I.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And that goes for all the empresses that hear us. We all roll together. Now, we're not leaving our sons. We're not leaving them. Y'all right with us, too.
So
He's talking about we're together though.
Yeah, I'm rolling with y'all, the sisters. I'm rolling with the sisters. That's right. All of them.
I guess that means we're all rolling together, period.
You're one.
Islam. With all our documents and all of our own everything. Period. So, what else did we want to show you about this program? We wanted to, well, not wanted, we will to demonstrate, just a moment.
delusion. More delusion.
Let me just see. Put them out, Ravana. Don't just silence them. Put them out.
Delusion.
The X. Thank you. So thank you, Empress Ravana. So now, let's see what else we have. Oh, I wanted to show you a letter that we received at the Travel and Transportation Ministry.
Even these delusions are all powerful too. These delusions are so powerful. Your delusion.
Indeed, Empress Nana. We receive now, and this is we're showing this because this is some of the things that you'll receive as you're doing your duties, your national duties. To whom it may concern, this is a letter that we received, and we redacted it. This communication is to confirm the veracity and authentication of a presentation and offer regarding the United States Federal Driver's License / non-driver's ID. I am not aware of the particulars associated with this product, although I have reviewed the content of the video multiple times. Additionally, I do comprehend that this product is alleged to be in compliance with Real Identification Law 2023, which indicates the following. And by the way, we thank. Let me say that 3 times because it's a spell. The more who sent this. So it says, which indicates the following. And he did his research. The Real ID law, just a moment. You know, sometimes they want things to look like it's a fight when it's not a fight. It's not a fight. This is not a fight. Okay. Regarding those putting things in the chat, this is not a fight. About whose meeting this is. It's not a fight. This is our meeting. So he did his research. It says the Real ID law requires every air traveler 18 years or older to show genuine Real ID compliant identification documents at airport security checkpoints for domestic travel. And the fact that this product references a previous or presently valid documented ID, I can see the relevance. And again, you can see how he's looking in the funny mirror, but then he's coming out of the funny mirror seeing that there's truth here. It says, however, I am a member of the, and we'll to preserve his privacy and his identity, we've redacted the nation, but we want to send our highest honors to that nation. I had not heard of that nation here at America, at North America. I had not heard of them, but I am so grateful to make the connection because now we're connected eternally. And we're going to be doing more research into this beautiful, amazing nation. Who knew that all of the nations were already here? We did not know that. And so we want to take the time, if he should, because I'm pretty sure that he will see this if he's not present. We want to honor your nation, and we will be connecting with you further about that. But he says, however, I am a member of of this nation, and it's a Moorish nation, but it's one that I had not heard of. And I need to comprehend any possible conflict that may arise from the usage of this item, or if there are any implied contracts associated. This being the case, I need to know if there has there been any restrictions of limitations faced by the users of this product. Also, I'd like to examine this product via any media, even if the information is redacted, so that I am certain that this matter is what it appears to be. You can provide me via a photocopy, video, or other forms of proof of this item to establish and verifying such products. Additionally, I've never done any transactions to verify the realness of the business and items offered. In the event this matter is agreed to, does any U.S. minted gold coin in terms of size and 90% gold qualify? And the answer to that question is yes. It all qualifies no matter where the gold comes from, because we are going to we're going to nationalize all gold that comes to us. So even if it's bullion, even if we're receiving gold from everywhere, all kinds of gold, we're just nationalizing all of it. And when you send the gold, send documentation of where you got it from and things of that nature, so that we can use that to nationalize what we're holding in our hands. Okay, so just like with the gold bullion that we just showed a moment ago, with this gold bullion here, it was small, but they sent where they got it from. They sent how much they paid for it. They sent here 1/4 gram of gold bullion. So we're going to nationalize it at those, with using those figures, and then assign our new nationalized figures, which is going to substantially raise the price or the value of the gold. So any gold coming from anywhere, when you have some proof of where it came from, okay? And then for Moors that are pulling gold from computers and phones and things of that nature, and conveyances, because there's gold in the conveyances too. If you would go take the gold to a pawn shop or someplace like that, any of the actors out there, and have them to issue a value, a written value of, well, we think it's this much, and we think the purity is this much, and whatever, and that's acceptable. Or if you as a Moor are erudition in assaying, which is weighing and valuing your own gold, such as Justice Kaftoum. Is that correct, Justice Kaftoum? I believe that was Justice Kaftoum, where we were discussing the gold in the last Congress, where Islam nobility. Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes, you do the gold. You're doing the lab work on the gold and the smelting and things of that nature. And so he could actually value gold, but he took his gold to one of the actors, and they acted like they were valuing the gold. Moors can value their own gold, value it. If you value your own gold, value it first at the enacted amount, whatever they say that enacted price is, $2,000 per ounce or whatever, and then state it in our Moorish sovereign delarium, or our gold revaluation. But you don't have to do our revaluation, because we're going to do it ourselves when we receive it. So, with documents that we receive like this, what we're going to do is keep it very simple. The response is going to be very simple to our brother whom we honor. We'll start out by sending high honors to his nation and stating that we're one with them. Let me see. Do we speak national language in a? Okay. So what I would do, and this is me. This is how I would handle this, because he stated that he was with a nation. First, I would send the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry professional response to what he's saying. So I would not address nationality and things like that within that one. What I would do is also attach an affidavit from our nation acknowledging his nation and acknowledging that, yes, we recognize them. They are a nation according to, because he also sent, and this was key, and I'm so glad he did this, he put a copy of his of the enacted driver's license here. So we would send in the same envelope, first the professional response from the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry addressing his concerns, and then we would also send an affidavit from the Moorish National Republic federal government, because now we're speaking government to government. Okay? And we want to acknowledge and honor them and state that, and send our highest, and if there's anything we can do for them to let us know, we want to extend that olive branch of peace to them, and just to connect with them and just let them know that we're here for them, and that we look forward to connecting with them face to face, So, and then we may even let them know some of the other things that we're doing. Maybe we'll just let the Spirit lead us. We don't want it to be salesy. We want it to be connecting with them from our heart to theirs with the affidavit that we do on Moorish government letterhead. But then we're going to keep it professional with the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry and address his concerns specifically there. Okay. He's not aware of the particulars, so what we're going to do is first state the Constitution and what the Constitution says about properly identifying everyone and having proper rights, where the rights are and where the privileges and immunities are. We're going to talk about that briefly. We're just going to state the Constitution and state why we're doing this federal driver's license program. And then also that everyone must be properly identified. And then we'll address the real ID law, the real identification law, which is something we wrote. When that came out, the ancestors had us to restate the real ID law. So we restated it, we voted on it. And I knew all those votes that we were taking, the ancestors were preparing us to receive the gold into our possession. This whole time, all the stuff, all the government things that we were all doing together, they were preparing us to open the banking and the coffers and just to bring in the prosperity. Because even the Biblio says that all the nations will bring all of the wealth to us and just sit it at our feet. And that is actually happening. It's happening right now, right before our eyes. And for that, we're grateful. So we're going to honor everything that he stated here, and then we'll address his nation in a separate universal affidavit, acknowledging that, yes, we see you, yes, we're going to do a little research on them, and then point and let them know that we honor who they are. And here's the thing, even though they're in the title of their nation, they don't have the word Moor in the title of their nation, just like the Washita Nation, it's Washita Dug Demountia Nation. It doesn't say Moors, it just says Washita Dug Demountia, which we honor them. So we're going to just honor them the way we would honor the Washita or any of the other nations. even though he doesn't say he's Moor. His driver's license is pretty obvious that he is a Moor, because they even called him black on his driver's license. No, he's not black. He's a Moor. So he's looking for remedy. His driver's license had been expired by quite a few years, and that's something that we're seeing across the board. That the documentation is, many of the people out there, their right to travel on their own land has been enacted as being subrogated or stopped when they have the right to freely traverse and travel on their own land with proper documentation, because we've always done things decently and in order, properly and in order, etc. And I won't say decently, because decent and decent is the same word. So with that being stated, this is something that we received, and I know in just a little bit of energetic research that I've done regarding this, that the whole nation will be here once this is, because he's the type that steps out for his nation, steps out and he's always demonstrating his nation, just based on even what we see here. So Islam nobility.
Did he state, because it was redacted, what office he holds within his nation?
He did not.
Okay.
That's not difficult to find out, because we have his ID there. And even, I'll say this, even his name, the name that was on his driver license from the last enactment, is an ancient name, where obviously he had it changed to that, to reflect his nation.
Well, I affirm his due diligence to even state this document, because like Grand Sheik states, put your literature on the public record for the public scrutiny. Yeah. And this public scrutiny that we see before us at the moment is, as he states, confirmed.
Yes.
So he's confirming our work.
Yeah. And what we'll do is affirm it for him. Yeah.
And affirm, yes, we do.
Well, it also told us that everyone is looking for remedy. They're looking for remedy. And we have the remedy. Moors, we are the remedy by doing this work. Now, I will say this, he's over in that territory over there. He's way on the east. And, a lot of his national business, I would assume, and that's an assumption, is there. So I'm looking forward to the day when I can, when we receive things like this, we can refer it back out to Empress Angel at New York, or Empress Sasha at Jamaica. When we get things in from other places, we can tell them, hey, to get yours, you can contact Empress Sasha, Empress Angel, Empress Karima, Empress Rosetta. They're at the different territories. And that way, possibly you all can meet up. If that's what your spirit leads you to do. If he were at this territory, we definitely would meet up. So, because we are government to government speaking, and we are interested definitely in connecting with other governments. And as we can see through this work that we're doing, we will connect government to government, where treaties then can be written and stated and signed, and commerce can begin, because guess what? We never know what they do for commerce. We never know. And I do know this, everyone has something to bring to the table. All the nations do. And see, when we talk about multinational things and multinational companies and things of that nature, that doesn't mean going way over to Japan to be multinational, even though we have Moors there, we have a consulate there. It's even right here on this land and right here, where you are. Okay, there are other nations at Jamaica that are looking for remedy that Empress Shasha has. There are other nations at the UK that are looking for remedy, these very same remedies that Justice Kansu has. He has the remedy. He is the remedy. And other places. Empress Frederica is at French Guiana. The French need the remedy that she has. And that goes for all of us. Justice David at Japan, the justices at Thailand and Indonesia and China and Canaan land, of course. Empress Why Not has the remedy. She is the remedy among the other Moors at Sheikh Klein Bay El and those at Canaan land territory. So all we're doing, Moors, is creating the remedy, and because we have built it, they are coming. Let me see, where the driver license piece is concerned, the way that we record this, I did a sample driver license report page. I had this in my notes. This is how I'm recording my Moorish Sovereign Delarium gold receipts going out and everything. So what we're doing is recording it from like the first name on the driver's license and then the last name on the driver's license. The license number, the street address, the city, state, and all of this will be coming from the driver's license that we issue. The tracking number for the driver's license, so when we send them out, we send out tracking numbers. We'll put that tracking number here. The date that the license was sent to the receiver, and this we do as we're getting ready to take it to the post office and deliver it and deposit it. Let me make this a little bigger. And then from tracking number, the date the driver license was sent to the receiver, payment method, did they send gold or silver? Now, those who sent gold, please don't feel slighted that we accepted silver. You got more Sovereign Delarium gold receipts as a receipt than the ones who bring the silver if their silver doesn't equal the amount of gold. But people have to demonstrate wherever they are. So you have more receipts to use or to pass to your children or your heir, for them to inherit and things of that nature, because the gold is going to go up in value. It's not going to go down. Did they send coin or bullion? The total value for the coin or bullion received. And this value is going to be from the previous era, whatever their receipts say, it will be that. Because then in this next recorded area, we say, has the gold or silver been nationalized? That must happen. Everyone must, all who are doing this work, everything that we do must be nationalized because that's how we take things into our inventory. Total amount of more Sovereign Delarium gold receipts sent. So, for example, with the document that's on the screen, let's see. I had the letter on the screen. Oh, well. Where it had 5 more Sovereign Delarium gold receipts that had been sent, and the 5 that were sent were $1,000 each. So then here I would put that we sent 5 more Sovereign Delarium gold receipts. And then here Let's see. Something's missing. More $7 gold receipt number 1. Okay, no, it's not. Here we put the receipt number, which is the A2023, whatever those numbers are on there. We put that number. And then in between each one of these, which I'm glad I'm looking at this now, insert one column to the left, the value for receipt 0001. So receipt number 1, this is a receipt number for that. That's a bit confusing. Let me see. I should say the first receipt. Because what we're doing is the first receipt. The value for that receipt is 1,000. The second one that we gave, the second more sovereign dolarium gold receipt that we sent back, is A2023, and this is what we had on the paper, on the receipt that we sent them, documenting what we received and what we sent them. So now I will say this too, Morris. Oops. And so on and so on. So whatever you send back to them, just make sure that you know what you sent them. You know what those receipt numbers are and the value of those receipts. Okay.
Islam. So this is your accounting log for this process?
For the United States Federal Driver's License process, yes. This is that report.
Okay. So you're going from left to right and not vertical, up and down?
You can go vertically up. Well, yes, we are going vertically because, for example, if John Moore, and I'll just use that as an example, that's the first, let's say that's the first one. The next one is Jane Brown. Her last name was Brown. So it's going to be going up and down. It's going to be vertically. But this will also tell us at a quick glance how many driver's license we've issued. And this is not my real report. My real report, I'm not going to post my real report because it's got personally identifiable information on it. But yes, and then,
So my question is, when you scroll more to the right, how come you have first issue receipt, second issue receipt? How come you go to the right instead of down?
Because everything on this line right here refers to John Moore's. Everything has to do with John Moore on this line. License.
Also, he can get more than one license. That's what you're stating?
What I am stating is that when I issued Morris Sovereign Dolarium gold receipts to him, I chose to issue 5 $1,000 Morris Sovereign Dolarium gold receipts because he sent 1/10 ounces of gold. And 1/10 of $50,000 per ounce is 5,000. So that's the number of receipts that he receives for the nationalized gold that he sent in.
So it says first Moorish Sovereign Dolarium gold receipt, and then second, and you put numbers under gold.
Third. So let me show you what that goes with, Empress. Thank you for asking that. for that clarification. Let's see. Let us show what this report is going to match this letter. Oh, not that one. Wait a minute. It's going to match. Where's my letter?
What you previously stated with the X's and such.
It's going to match this letter that I sent them.
Yes, the letter. Yeah.
So the first More Sovereign Delarium Gold receipt that I sent has this number, A12023, and that numbering system, I'm using it in chronological order.
So in total, they got 5 receipts.
They got 5 receipts. Now, I could have very easily issued one $5,000 More Sovereign Delarium Gold receipt. It has Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey's image there because again, the gold, these receipts must have gold and silver, the real coming in for it. So I could have very well issued just one $5,000 More Sovereign Delarium Gold receipt. The reason, and that would have made it easier for my bookkeeping and stuff, but I was thinking about those that we send it out to. They may not want to spend $5,000 all at once. They may want to spend $1,000 all at once. Or they may want to spend, may want to spend in increments. So that's why I said this is the first More Sovereign Delarium Gold receipt. It has this number. The second one is here. It has this serial number because they each have a different receipt number. So whatever I put on this document right here is going to show up on my report for whoever that driver is, John Moore, or traveler is. Jane Brown, I'll have her license number, address, city, state, tracking number, date the driver license was sent, payment method that she used. It was coin, let's just say gold coin. Total value for the coin or bullion received, the total value, even if they sent 10 coins, there's going to be a total value for it. Has the gold or silver been nationalized? Yes. Total amount of More Sovereign Delarium Gold receipts sent. That means I sent 5. So as I'm stating here, the number that's in here, if I say that I sent 5 gold receipts, then I should have 5 entries. This will be the first of the 5. This is the second of the 5. This is the third of the 5. And the way that I did it initially was just put that number here because I know what my numbers mean, but it needs to be so that anyone can do the job. Even if I handed this to someone, they would be able to continue what I started and not be confused if they have basic recording skills, The 5th More Sovereign Delarium that I sent to them will have a serial number and it will have a value also. So again, the first one that I sent, this is the serial number, this is the value. The value is 1,000. And I could have put that. I could have put it like that. 1,000. I could have put it like that. And then here, and then here, this can be total More Sovereign Delarium Gold receipt. Total gold receipt amount sent. And here would be 5,000. $5,000. dollar amount sent. Let's see. $5,000. Because see, what they get back from us is dolarium receipts, gold dolarium receipts. So we track those receipts too, just like Federal Reserve debt notes were tracked. So this is just basic. And listen, as you're doing the work, it will become clearer how to do your recording. Okay. So we didn't put the value in. Copy. Paste value for receipt number. This will be value for receipt number 3. And this will be value for receipt number 2. So after each Morris Sovereign Dolarium serial number is entered, you'll have a place to put the value of that same one. And let's go ahead and insert the column and put that here. And this will be value for receipt number 4. And then right in here, let me insert a column here, and this will be value for receipt number 5. Okay, so, and then what I do is in the total amount, the total dollar amount for the dolarium that I sent back to them, I usually put a formula in there, but you don't have to do this. The formula would be this first receipt amount plus this receipt amount plus this receipt amount plus this receipt amount plus this receipt amount, and it will populate itself. So right now I only put 2,000, but as I put in here, the second dolarium that I sent them, gold receipt, is 1,000. You see it went up to 3,000 here. The third value for the receipt was a $1,000 one, because each one that I sent them 5 $1,000 dolariums. And see, what did they get? The total, $5,000 is what they got back. And then when you look back at the letter, it's going to state 5,000. Just a moment. Let me pull that letter back up. I don't know why I keep doing that. It's right here. Okay. And see, the letter says the receiver has been issued from the United States Treasury 5,000 dolarium dollars in Morris Sovereign Dolarium gold receipts for this exchange as follows. This letter that they receive is going to match our records here. So that, let's just say they lost their dolarium dollars. We would hope they wouldn't do that. But even if they lost their dolarium dollars, or it got burned up in a fire, or someone stole them, or whatever the case may be, all we do is we say, okay, then we decommission these serial numbers and issue new serial numbers and issue a new letter and put that in their file. Put that with their files. So ministry work is just keeping records, keeping good records. Now, if I doubt that anyone's going to be losing their dolarium, because when you see the gold receipts, I'm very proud of the gold receipts that we've issued because they're very beautiful. They look just like our Morris Sovereign Dolarium. It has Morris Sovereign Dolarium gold receipt on it and a place to write in the number. So you can handwrite that number in, or you can, however you choose to do it. I choose to handwrite it in because of the authenticity of handwriting, because I'm already going to be autographing it as well. Each one of the receipts has a place for our autograph. Let me see if I can show the more sovereign delirium gold receipt. Just a sample of one of those. Of which we have many. And while the computer is taking its slow time doing that, let's see. I have a lot of, there's a lot of background stuff that's always going on with my computer. That's why it's so slow. And that doesn't really, I know that that's stuff that I've assented to. And that's okay. Okay, so I'll describe what they look like, because that's probably not going to show. Our more sovereign delirium gold receipts have the words more. I've got to show it though. It does. It is necessary. Here's what I'll do. Let's see if it's in here. I don't know. That's the complete set of the original Morse Sovereign Delirium, which we're very proud of that also. And again, my apologies that I had everything laid out and ready to go. I was excited. I'm still excited. But I'm not able to access that, which is fine. Let's see. Okay, so I'll have some of those ready since finding them right now is not. I'm not able to find them at the moment. First distribution. Okay. Just a moment. Okay. So I'll show those to you, what the receipts look like the next time. I had everything set. Yes, Justice Yezreel, each row represents, or constitutes rather, that's the right word. Justice Yezreel will use the right words. That's what I love about him. Each row constitutes a separate record. Yes, each row.
Islam, one other question.
Yes, nobility.
The driver's license that you're issuing, I don't suppose there's an issue getting a driver's license with my appellation on it versus your individual name that your mother and father called you?
So I'll answer that question this way. You're sovereign, you can do as you will. However, when we issue driver's license from here, proper identification of the parties is necessary. What does that look like? On your nationality documents, your free national name is there for international and universal purposes. What appears on a driver's license is a name. And our free national appellations are not names. That's why we don't put them on driver's licenses. I would not put them on a driver's license. Because
a state ID card
huh?
and a license. It's a state ID and a driver's license, huh?
Yes, yes. State being the state that you put the Constitution on the record for. So for me, mine is a Washington driver's license. But if any issues arise, the Constitution kicks in, and then the treaty comes behind it because of AA222141, and then the consul comes in, and the national identification then becomes what's going on. The national identification then comes in. That's where free national name, nationality cards, birth affidavits, 8.5 by 14 birth affidavits, proof of status, and all of that comes onto the forefront.
Islam. May I join in?
Let me say this really quickly, Justice Howard, if I may. Based on the way the systems were set up. Now, again, you can be anyone you want to be, but the jurisdictions is just like in the last era. The jurisdictions are what they are. Light Tajiri Bay is my free national appellation, but Pauline Denise Ritchie is also my free sovereign appellation.
It makes sense to me. This may help. While on the land, I asked certain people their nationality. And many people know their nationality. I'm German American, I'm Italian American, I'm this, I'm that. This is really, they know their nationalities. So I don't have a problem. See, at first I was a little hesitant with the driver's license because of, I guess, the old mindset that I was still in. And the damage done even with that corporate de facto driver's license for me. So I hadn't had a driver's license over 20 years. So I never bothered to reissue it or whatever from the DMV. So I just left it alone completely. So now that you all have cracked this, it makes more sense to me now because this is in our state jurisdiction, if you would. So maybe it helps Phoenix a little bit in regards to the nationality. The key word is nationality for me. Nation, our nation, our state. Islam.
But you said put the Constitution for which state? The birth state or the state that you happen to be domiciled in temporarily?
The state you govern.
Okay, so that would be where I am locally. Okay. And we have to restate that Constitution, the Land of Flowers Constitution.
Yes. Okay. And a lot of that yes, please do that. Even if it's been done by others, you do it so that you know what it says. And not only that you know what it says, but more importantly, when you put it on the public record, that's going to create that bond where anyone doing business as a fake state cannot penetrate it. Because see, the Constitution, there's a bond that's created with the Constitution. I must create a Washington bond for Washington to do business with New York, or for Washington to do business with Land of Flowers, or for Washington because the states do business together also. So when we say state, we're not talking empire, state, overall, right? And we will clarify which one we mean, because that's the big mother state. That's the huge, gigantic. The empire state. That's everything, everything. But then there are the states: Jamaica, Washington, Florida, Texas, Wisconsin. London. Is London? No. What's the state over there? Wisconsin. I don't know what y'all do it over there. I should know that though. London. Yes. Yes. And it's great to hear your voice, Justice Consu. Justice Consu, you know what? You just stay on my heart. You just do. You do. This whole Congress does. But you in particular, because of where you are and what you've been through, and listen, I will say this: what we've been through, it a lot of times it will give you some idea of how powerful we are. We've had some heavy fights, some of us, most of us. That means that we got some powerful energy within us that must come out.
Yep. With me, since I've been at the hospital, I've just been kind of chilling out, still getting back my voice, and I've just been listening to get back into the flow of what we're doing, So that's why you don't hear much from me, but I am doing what needs to be done,
Justice Consu, this is what I'm hearing in the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, I hear the ancestors saying very firmly, take your time. Because the work will be here, you will be here, we all will be here. Take your time.
I am.
Yeah. Yes. Stay plugged in and just take your time. Because there is much for you to do. And you don't have to rush that much because it's an eternal much.
Right.
Yeah. And no one can take your place. Your place is yours.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, take your time.
I am.
The ancestors have to tell me that too. Take light. You don't have to jump up at 4 o'clock in the morning and get downstairs with a cup of coffee and start typing up a bunch of stuff. Well, I learned that lesson last night because I stayed up until 5-something this morning, and I was like, yeah, this is laid out perfectly today. I got my notes. Wait till I show them this, and this. And I got on my computer today, and the ancestors said, we're going to test you to see. And what happened is, you know how we have long pages and pages of notes. The ancestors took it down, and I couldn't open but page 1. They're so funny. We just do what we do. We're still showing what we said we were going to show. Apparently, because, see, this call would probably have been 4 hours. It's not going to be 4 hours today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm over here, and it's not 2:48 in
the morning.
I'm still up. I'm always on the call just to just hear what's been said, so I don't miss out, Because if I take it after you put the recording on, then I take on what you put on. I don't quite get it, so I like to take it in like now, so I get it when I go back and listen to it.
Yeah.
I know that more than once is always good enough for everything.
Yeah. Well, if it's any consolation, first and foremost, I'm so grateful that you're that diligent and persistent with what you've been through. And secondly, I have to go back and listen to 2 or 3 times myself so that I stay on track, because there's so much information that comes that it's easy to, so, yes, Empress Chitali is trying to get back into the meeting. Okay, yes, Islam. Thank you, Justice Kansu. Islam.
You're welcome, Islam.
Lots of water, Justice Kansu, by the way. I just wanted to remind you. I know you're doing it. Lots of water. This is how we're keeping our books, and I actually make all of my letters blue, so I don't want these numbers here to be black. I want them to be blue. Okay, so this is how we're doing with bonds and things of that nature. Now, whenever I issue bonds for, say, a company, I have a different spreadsheet than when I'm issuing bonds for, say, this program, the United States Federal Driver's License Program. That would go here under federally bonded persons, and my bond is there as well as everyone else. The bond that I issued for Pauline Denise Ritchie is there, and then anyone that we issue driver licenses to, we issue a bond as well. And we send a copy of that bond to them, which I've not done that part yet, but that's a part that the ancestors have added to our duties here. So we're just going to we're going to do that and keep moving forward. Are there any questions about the process, about what we send out to the people as we're doing? And this is the template for notary duties and everything else. When you're notarizing documents and things of that nature, or if someone has had to go to court and you're assisting them, assist court, which means issuing a court ruling, and they give you some species, gold or silver, to assist them, then you record what you've done. And just like attorneys and judges and all of that, we do the recording. We record properly, and then we send those things out so that those that we're doing the exchanges with have a record, and then we have a record. Now, for those who may not be computer savvy, or they think they're not computer savvy because of the programming that's been told to them, just one moment. Just a second. Can you hear me okay? Islam, thank you. So for those who may feel that you are not computer savvy or anything of that nature, guess what? You don't get a pass on doing the work. You still have to do it. And what you do is you start right where you are with what you do know. And when you start with what you do know, the ancestors will multiply whatever you bring to the table. So yes, notarial duties, driver license duties, and all of that, just take it a step at a time and choose which one you're going to do. If you're going to do notarial duties, or you're going to be assisting those that are, doing court, Fifth Amendment dealings, then the duty, we're obligated to our land and to our estate to do that, to do these duties. So no one gets a pass. You listen, all the things that we've been able to do since we declared our nationality, we just were wondering, how is all of that going to get done? And the ancestors was like, they probably was laughing really hard thinking, you go do it, you know.
Islam.
And as it presents, we do it. Yes, Islam, Empress.
Chris Polly's trying to get in.
Islam. I thought that I unlocked the meeting. Let me just try again. Oh, it says error.
Islam.
I thought I unlocked it. Islam. Thank you, Empress.
You know, your comment about the ancestors laughing at us when we talked about who's going to do all of this work.
Yeah.
It's so ironic that you would mention that. The first thing came back to my mind. I took this it's some type of test that they give you to show what you're good at, what your career should be, like what you're really good in. It's some type of an vocational aptitude type test. I've taken it 4 times. And all 4 times, it came back and said, I took them, like these are years apart. Like I took one in my 20s, one in my 30s, one in my 40s, 2 in my 30s, I think. So here's the thing. It came back and said that my strengths and everything that I should be doing that play to my strengths, either a teacher, been there, done that, pastor, been there, done that, okay, public service in government. I said, there's no way in hell I'm ever going to be doing any kind of government work.
Wow.
And boy, why did I say that? Because look at where I am today. I never envisioned when I said that there could be a government that was by we the people, not corrupt, not bought, not people fans, not in the funny mirror, not all that corporate. You know, that's what I hated. It's not government itself, because government means to control one's mind, okay? And I'm governing myself first of all, governing my own mind. So, no, I'm not anti-government. I even put that in some of my documentation. You know, they said, you know, when they try to label you a certain way. But I just thought that was funny that here I am doing exactly what I said, no, I'm never going to be doing. And that's exactly what I'm doing, and actually enjoying it.
You know, it's funny you would say that, because when I was 18, we were involved in a lot of the social things in Montgomery, Alabama, and some of the sororities would have different things, events. And I'm not a member of a sorority. I never was. I wanted to be, so I thought. But it never occurred because our ancestors knew what was coming for us. But not that being a member of a sorority is bad or precludes you, because nope, you still have to declare your nationality. But the AKAs, the Alpha Kappa Alphas, were, and we honor all the sisters. Y'all got to declare your nationality, by the way. The AKAs were having a pageant where they would sponsor someone coming out of high school, and they didn't really sponsor us. We raised ad money for them, but they would always ask. You know, they would have everyone dress up, and we had our formal gowns, and you know, it was just a big deal. It was a pageant. It was like Miss America for Montgomery. And they would have a write up your bio, and then they would ask you what you want to do for a living. Okay, because they knew everybody was getting ready to go to college, supposedly, and so on and so forth. Well, I said that I wanted to be a lawyer. A lawyer. And as I started going to school, when I first entered college, I said, okay, I'll just go in pre-law, which means you just take a bunch of core classes just like everybody else. except you have a little more emphasis on certain classes. But I said I wanted to be a lawyer at the time. And when I look back on that, our ancestors knew. There were things in our blood. You know, they knew. But I didn't become a lawyer because I started having dealings with lawyers in terms of, I got to know some lawyers and things of that nature, and I thought to myself, I don't think I want to do that, because it was, it was cliquey. It was real cliquey. And even though we're in the clique, sometimes you can look at the clique and think, I know I don't want to be a part of this clique my whole life. I know I don't, because even in the clique, my father was a minister, and he was the first television minister in Montgomery, Alabama, who got syndicated onto like Fox instead of it being public access television, which is something we have to bring back, by the way, is public access television. That must return for us. It's on the way. So public access television means that any one of us who has a ministry, the Moors who are part of the public can put their ministry on public access television and not be charged for that, so that they can put out things that assist the public freely. So, but yeah, I babysat for a very high-profile attorney at Alabama who came from a high-profile, and he was a Moor. He's still there, high-profile, and in watching the things that they were all doing, it just, my spirit. Even then, the ancestors were speaking to me in the spirit realm about the energy, not so much what they were doing, but the energy of that field of work. And I wasn't even exposed to all of it. It was just part of it. And now I know why it didn't agree with my spirit, even before I woke up. It didn't agree. And you all have those same experiences, I'm sure, where you looked at things or saw things and it didn't agree with your spirit even before you woke up and knew who you were, because the energy was not what it should have been. There was no honor, and I won't say no honor. They did the best they could, and when I say they, I mean all the attorneys who set out with good intentions, because most of the Moorish attorneys who didn't know they were Moors in those environments, they set out with good intention. Half of them set out with a money intention, others set out with a good intention, and it got corrupted because of the system that they were operating in. And that's why we're here. That's why we're all here, is so that those who have good intentions, they can have a system that honors their intention. They already have the knowledge. It's the intention, and then the truth of the matter. In conclusion of that particular thought process, because I don't want to go on and on with that, on the internet, on YouTube, there are many, 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 many Moors who don't know that they're Moors yet, but they have some high science that they're putting out there. The only issue that I see with what they're doing and with what we were previously doing in the last era is the money issue. That's the only thing that's chaining them down with that high science that they got going on in their spirits that they're sharing, is the money. And every time I see one of them, I saw one today, he's putting out some information that is pure fire. He knows who he is in the spirit realm. But it has to translate in the natural. where the money is concerned. And he's done a lot with the resources that he had. Just like with us, we this whole time we didn't have we didn't have a job. We just had a little over 1,000 credits that came in each month, a little, and we just did what the ancestors stated for us to do. Just with that little 1,000 credits, we weren't taking fiat from people. So, initially people were giving fiat voluntary donations because we were assisting, and after a while we started saying no, we don't want that. And this was in 2017, 2018 timeframe. But after knowing what we know, we started saying no, we're not going to accept. We don't accept that. We honor your wanting to give, but we don't want to take that. Let's do something else, something other, bake a cake or something, anything but that. And so, we see Moors out there. We know that we're the answer to that too, and that's why the circulation of the gold and silver is so important. At all the territories, circulation of gold and silver is very important. So no matter where you are with your computer skills or whatever, it doesn't matter. And here's the thing, even if you don't have a computer, for those who don't have a computer and they're calling in by phone because they know who they are, you can still do manual records for those who agree and accept manual records. There are people out there who they don't care how the help comes, they just want the help. They don't care how it comes. They don't care if you're manually writing the records in, because see, when some see that you're manually doing it and that it's not attached to a computer, they feel safer because they know nobody's going to come and swipe that information. And that's another reason why our records are so important, Morris. Now, let me say this about the records and the record keeping and things. Last week, the ancestors impressed in my spirit to back up all of my documents, everything, back up everything, back it up. And when they said to back up everything, it was a very low whisper. They didn't yell it, they just whispered. Gave me the unction, the spiritual divine unction and urge to back up everything. So I did. I had to erase some things off of one of the methods that I used to back things up, but I backed everything up. And then today happened where, all of the notes that I worked on until 5-something this morning to present to you today, for some reason, every time I click on that document, it only shows the first page. So I put together a few more of it, because I saved a lot of that stuff. But the ancestors are saying to us, and I don't know if you all, you may be, yes, indeed, Justice King L. A change is happening. We know that. Whatever you have, if you have a moment to print it out, print it out. If you can back up just means to copy it onto another format so that you have that format that you can put in. If everything closed down, can you pull back up everything that you did? And don't panic if you can't, because the mind of Allah cannot be circumscribed. So it's in your mind, so it can't be, nobody can get around our nationality just because they erased the computer. I think about just how funny that is to think that people can, because look at what we've all done in the last few years. We've restated everything. The states the empire, the wealth, everything is restated. We have Delarium, stacks of money sitting on the table, that if the computers went down, we have gold receipts right here on the table, that if the systems went down, we'd be okay. We have everything backed up. We have copies, and we know how to write. If we have to had to handwrite, we would, but we don't have to do that. So if you have a moment to back up everything, we encourage you to do so right now or as soon as you can, just for general purposes, because we know that in my spirit, I know that our light, collective light, is getting so to where it's shining very, very, very bright, because everything else is shutting. Sunset, sunset can be a dark time, even though for us it's very beautiful. But for us, the time for us to move forth out and just continue to manifest outwardly is here. So back up all your documents, keep everything, and know that whether you have computers or not, or whether you have cell phones or not, none of that is an excuse not to do the work. If you had told me 4 or 5 years ago that I would not have an active cell phone and would still be expected to do the work, I probably would have looked at you a little sideways. We haven't missed a beat. We haven't missed a beat. And our ancestors are showing us exactly how to do it the right way, where it's not going to stress us to pay and all of that. That we're in complete control of our own destiny and fate. And providence, and our divinity, and our manifestation, and our life. And guess what? Everyone else will be looking for the same thing, because even you all who have cell phones, you can see some changes happening in that system. You can see it. So, and if nothing else, you don't want to keep paying that monthly bill. Well, it's our time. Yes, Justice King L said his cell device is malfunctioning as well. It's not by coincidence. So, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom about the ministry of this program? And with regard to the species and the bullion and things of that nature, there's 2 ways you can handle taking in that species. If there's anything in your spirit that feels uncomfortable with having gold and silver on your premises, then you can nationalize it first, record it into your system. You got to record it. And this is my suggestion also. Print out your spreadsheets. Print out your spreadsheets. And when you print them out, make it so that if you had to manually do things, that you could continue using those same spreadsheets to manually write things in. If it was necessary. It won't be necessary for us as far as we know. But print those things out and keep a copy. Back your stuff up every now and then with physical copies, because in reality, all of that virtual stuff, and even, internet and all of that stuff. The internet relies on us to populate it. It doesn't populate for us. It relies on us to populate what's on there. And that I see coming very clearly. There are some websites that I can go to where I can go to that website and look at the information on it. And if I don't like the information on it, I can change it. And it don't even really matter what website that is.
Islam.
And you all will have the same authority and capability. Islam, nobility.
Just to backpedal, just back to the bond.
Mm-hmm.
Me and others were brainstorming on, okay, when we mail the bond, if you would, we're going to attach an affidavit of mandamus of instructions, of acknowledgement, and we was also considering that levy copy B, attach that with it. Just brainstorming.
Let me ask you, acknowledgement. What acknowledgement?
Well, I had a lot of doubt because the bond pretty much speaks for itself. I don't think there should be any other affidavits attached to it. I mean, I could be wrong, but that bond is pretty thorough.
The fiduciary affidavit you send with everything, no matter what you're sending. Yeah, the fiduciary affidavit on Morse government letterhead is necessary to send with every, with each, whatever format or whatever mandamus or whatever you're sending out. The fiduciary is necessary to send with it.
So when it in addition, when it comes to the allonge, that apply as well, the fiduciary.
Yes, the fiduciary document. Or at least, let me say this, let me stretch that out a little bit, or at least one affidavit on Morse government letterhead that has the court action language at the top. Let me put it that way.
10-4 all rise and stand, etc.
Yes, because everything that we do is a court action and it's coming from our courts. And you see the importance of that. Even in the definitions of the words, you can see the importance of that.
Thank you very much, Pax
Islam, Pax Islam.
Islam.
Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom, etc.? Now, let me say this too. Islam Empress.
Now, let me say this too. Islam Empress.
Go on, finish your thought. I can wait.
No, go ahead.
Something I saw today.
No, go ahead.
Wonder if anyone else saw it. I woke up to a quote from the Truth of Community, and it said, the plan says that Israel is last. And if that's true, if Israel is last, Israel is America. And I wonder to myself, do they know what they're saying? So I guess people are waking up to what's really happening here and what has happened around the world. I guess I'm getting an echo back here. But anyway, I just wanted to share that. Islam.
So, everything that they say is reverse and inside out and backwards and upside down. So even when they say things like that, the fact that they had to say it, that is a Masonic symbol, and it means that the real Israel is first. The real chosen one. The name Israel. The name Israel is it all it's saying is the real one. The real one. The real one.
It seems like they were acknowledging that the real Israel is here. America is the real Israel. That's the way it read to me.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that, and that's why the majority of those that were previously doing business as Jews were here and not over there. In that other, their enactment was here and not there. Not over there with Benjamin Netanyahu's theater and acting. Wasn't there. It's here. Because they know who the real Israel is. Did you know that the zip codes that they were using for over there come from here? It's the 98 and 99 series of zip codes. So when you write a letter and send it to supposedly someone over in the funny mirror, you put a 98999 or something like that zip code on the letter, which means that it's staying here in the funny mirror. Not here, but the funny mirror. So when they say things like that and they make that statement, that also means that there's been a change in the level of events to let them know that the real is awake and wide awake and competent and demonstrating properly everything. There are Moors out there who know what they are doing, and you all are part of that. It's just that some of them have, the knowledge is just mind expanding because the Spirit is speaking through them. The Spirit is speaking through them. They just don't know how to get past the money part, the commerce part. All of them, no matter how wise and just intelligent. And see, they thought it was Bitcoin. So they started creating around Bitcoin. And we all know what happened to that fraud. They ran through that quicker than the fake fiat piece. So what we're doing right now, these processes, is in preparation for Islam. Thank you, Noble Phoenix. Thank you. Is there anything further from anyone with regard to this Congress?
Islam, beloved.
Islam Empress.
I wanted to give a suggestion for when we do notices. What I've been assisting with is making the court action the cover page. So that's the person they sue and come in contact with. Do a table of contents. So if there are multiple actions within that action, that they're listed and that they can go right to them. So that cover page covers everything.
Mm. Woo. Now you know that's some hot information right there, Empress. That's just fire. Pure fire. It actually should be that way. Pure fire.
Islam, what territory is she calling from?
Canaan land.
Canaan land.
Okay. No, Empress. Where are you at, Empress?
I said the proper name is Sia, that they call Texas.
Texas, that's right. Islam.
Texas. And its proper name, the territory is what again?
Sia.
Sia.
Our ancient language means the friend.
Ooh.
Wow.
Wow. That's deep.
How do you spell that, Empress?
Ceya.
Ceya. Sia.
And it used to have an H on it, so think about that. YAH.
Ooh. Wow. We could go way. Ooh.
Yeah.
That means look at God. Yeah, that means look at God.
See ya. I want to see ya.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That was a great suggestion she made. That's something that I know I've used myself already with the table of contents. It's called a bill of lading. And, of course, you get that from watching how they ship. It always has to manifest with the list of contents. And since we're shipping our thoughts in our containers, which happen to be our vessels in our court actions, that's really what we're doing in commerce. Then that it was appropriate to do that. So if anybody's interested, I can show you how, we did that. Just hit me up privately and share that with anybody.
Islam, do you also put the seal on the back as well?
Okay, can you tell us why you do that?
Because it's finished.
Ooh.
And also because you have the last word. That's the second reason.
Exactly. It's finished. It's done.
Empress, you just lit the fire over here. Woo. That's some hot stuff right there. Woo. Bring it on, Empress. You know what's interesting about that too, Empress Nabi, is that I was printing some things out yesterday, and just one of the documents printed the seal on the back. Just one. Randomly. I didn't plan it that way, and I was like, looking at the paper like, what in the world? But now I know why. Because that's the way of saying it is finished.
Islam.
You know what? I feel that in my spirit that this that we're doing, because see, we were about to go way into some more, manifesting. We have now received the word by way of Empress Nabi. Islam nobility.
I would like to affirm what the Empress had stated. That what is called foxtailing. That's a postmaster mark. Islam.
I was doing some research on the word retail. Because, we're the head and not the tail. And by leaving the "it is finished" part open, there was a time when the corruption took hold of the tail end of things that were left open. As I was doing my study, that was shown, and it was stated in writing that corruption came on the tail end of that which is moral and true and right. And that's how corruption was able to manifest, by taking a hold of the tail end. But clearly now we know that that is no more. And that's what I'm hearing in the spirit realm with what was just stated, and the affirmation of that.
Islam, I don't like to give anyone a foothold to be able to come back in a back door.
Yeah. That's just some hot fire, Empress. It is. We affirm. Close the ports. Just as Yezreel said, we close the ports. You know what? Ooh, I am feeling that in the spirit realm. Ooh, that's powerful. Because I know that what has taken place, that is saying that we have completed the circle. We've completed the circle. We've closed it so that no corruption and fraud can get into our processes. We did it. We did that. No interest, no enter. Yes, Justice Harold. Yes. It is finished. It is finished, and well done. Well done. We are all to be congratulated. The ancestors are affirming that everything that we have done, it is finished. And we can now, what does that mean? That means that we can now move forward without the quote-unquote worry of corruption. Everything we touch is gold. Everything we touch is made new and fresh because of what we showed at the beginning of this call, AA222141, where in all the books it was stating, rewrite what it is that you're doing, restate what you're doing. And once we restated that, everything, there's no room for corruption. There's nothing that we can't restate. We can restate everything, all benefits, all processes, all everything. We are now manifested in terms of everything. Conveyances, acquisition of things. We don't have to worry that it will be corrupted. It won't be because of what we've done here. The Quran. Then produce a chapter like these and call your witnesses. We've done that. In the Biblios, declare our nationality by court action in our own defense. And it really wasn't defense. It's we are who we are. In the Holy Quran, open the book and copy from the sacred pages. We did it. Purity has manifested. And with that being stated, that's probably why the ancestors just said, Light, you don't even need all those notes today, because I had a bunch of stuff lined up. And most of it we showed here. We just went through it quickly. But I had it where it was all connected, in a orderly manner. But it's connected anyway in an orderly manner. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom at all from this holy, 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 holy Congress? Yes, Justice Yesharel. Summa spiritum returned alive. We are the spirit returned alive. If there be nothing further, we will adjourn until Thursday. Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern, the same platform. I can feel the opening. I can feel the light of the newness of the changes that we've made. I can feel our estate. I can feel it. We've spoken, and we're going to continue to speak. So with that being stated, if there's nothing further, peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs, Islam.
Islam. That's the more. Rising. Thank you so much.
Islam. Grand rising, Moors. All the information. Love you all.
Love you.
Islam, grand rising.
Islam. Islam. Thank you for the bell, the ringing of the bell. Whoever is ringing that bell. Whoever is ringing that bell. Thank you for that.